I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. The time is 2:17 in the afternoon. We're in room 500 of the Johnny Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded. It's available on the council website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. I don't know if this is being streamed live, but if it is, then it would be on cable channel 13. The subject of this hearing is fiscal year 2025 annual comprehensive financial report. Today's hearing is a yearly affair at which the council is briefed on the district's annual comprehensive financial report, fondly known as the ACFR. The ACFR is an audited financial report that accounts for funds the council appropriated for the prior fiscal year and presents the district's financial condition at the end of that fiscal year, the fiscal year ending on September 30th. I'd like to start by commending Inspector General Daniel Lucas, Chief Financial Officer Glenn Lee, City Administrator Kevin Donahue, and their teams for another clean audit. This is the 29th year that the district has received an unmodified audit opinion. In fiscal year 2025, the council initially appropriated $21.2 billion for operating expenses, of which $13.2 billion was initially appropriated with general fund revenue and fund balance. Halfway through the fiscal year, Congress restricted the district's ability to spend its local funds, and the council reduced the fiscal year 2025 general fund appropriation to $13.0 billion through the fiscal year 2025 Supplemental Budget Act. In addition, at the insistence of the Chief Financial Officer, the council set aside all $244 million of the June revenue increase. The revenue estimates that were issued on June 30th, I believe, of last year. Set aside the $244 million of the June revenue increase for overspending and replenishing the contingency reserve, set them aside for overspending and replenishing the contingency reserve. However, in December, the Chief Financial Officer certified that fiscal year 2025 resources were sufficient to increase fiscal year 2026 appropriations by $51.5 million pursuant to the revised Revenue Funding Act that the council included in the fiscal year 2026 Budget Support Act. The ACFR shows that the fiscal year 2025 general fund expenditures were $13.1 billion, $300 million more than revenues, but other financing sources were $200 million. Surprisingly, the general fund balance decreased by only $98 million, much less than the $1.2 billion decrease projected in the approved financial plan. As a result, we ended fiscal year 2025 with a $4.8 billion general fund balance. The financial plan also assumed that our federally and locally mandated reserve fund balances would increase by $158 million, but the balances increased by $665 million. At the end of the year, our rainy day funds were 99% full, with a combined balance of $2.2 billion. So that $2.2 billion is part of the $4.8 billion general fund balance. In summary, the ACFR shows, and I hope I'm not stealing anybody's testimony, in summary, the ACFR shows that at the end of fiscal year 2025, the district had a general fund balance of $4.8 billion, with $2.2 billion of which $2.2 billion were held in federally and locally mandated reserves, and $1.7 billion was committed to future budgets. $541 million is held in bond escrow accounts that support our $16.5 billion debt. I'll repeat that, $16.5 billion in debt, and $324 million set aside for other purposes. That's the general fund balance. I want to thank our Chief Financial Officer, Glenn Lee, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Controller, Kimberly Williams, Inspector General Daniel Lucas, all of their staffs, and our auditors, Clifton Larson Allen, for their work on the ACFR. Following statements by the Inspector General, who's responsible for the audit, not the Chief Financial Officer, but the Inspector General. Following statements by him and by the Chief Financial Officer, who's responsible for managing the finances that are being audited, and following statements from the City Administrator, God, there are a lot of paragraphs here, parentheses here, and statements from the city administrator who's responsible for administering the budget and spending and effectuating recommendations made by the auditor. There will be at least one 10-minute round each for council members to ask questions. Although I think the way we're doing this is we're doing two panels. So we have the inspector general and the auditors at the table. So we'll have one round for them, and then we'll hear from the mayor and the city, from the city administrator, and we'll have at least one round for them. The record in this matter is open for 2 weeks. It closes at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 24th, 2025. Anyone may submit statements or documents or whatever for the record and have 2 weeks to do so, Tuesday, February 24th, 2025. With that, let me turn to colleagues in the order in which they arrived. I hope they're all briefer than me. We'll see. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the CFO and the Inspector General, their team, as well as in the future, I guess we'll have the Budget Director and City Administrator here as well. I think the ACFR is rich in information regarding the agency's spending and financial processes. Certainly provides a lot of insight on demographic needs and informs our consideration of next year's fiscal budget. So I appreciate the opportunity to ask some questions about some of the contents and get some clarity from the folks who worked on it. Generally speaking, I think it's clear that the ACFR illustrates our ongoing economic challenges. Progress has sort of stalled on downtown and attracting businesses, and we have a lot more work to do there, which I think we all knew. And then interestingly enough, much of the upside of the ACFR is attributable to a small number of wealthy individuals whose stock performance overperformed in comparison to our projections. And I feel like this has been a theme that has been ongoing since I first became a council member, and I'd love to understand that further. But let's not forget some of the incredible challenges posed as we go forward: the federal interference, the ongoing reductions in the federal workforce, increased law enforcement activity that has had a chilling effect on tourism, and the list can go on and on. But I do believe that the district is quite resilient. And so I do have some follow-up questions today about capital investments, overperforming revenue streams, some changes and challenges within the property tax collection, and some findings from the IG with regard to United Medical Center. And so, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to Inspector General Lucas and his team, and to the auditors, and to CFO Glenn Lee and his team. This report is a critical tool for understanding the district's financial position and planning for the future. The numbers show resilience, but also that the outlook is challenging. Federal workforce reductions, office vacancies, and broader economic shifts that have real implications for our revenue and our ability to deliver services. These trends require us to think strategically, not just about balancing the budget today, but about sustaining the district's long-term financial health. The reality that we can't forget is that most people we represent are struggling and trying to figure out how their lives are still so hard when our budgets continue to go up. This audit is a reflection of our funding. Are we spending within our means? But that is a different analysis than whether DC residents are getting a bang for their buck. We need to understand both of these. In my questions today, I'm going to focus on 3 areas. First, how various offices are modeling and preparing for emerging risks in our revenue streams. Second, how we evaluate the return on investment from tax expenditures, especially in a lean fiscal environment. And third, where can we identify efficiencies in agency financial management without compromising service delivery? I appreciate the work that goes into this report and look forward to hearing your insights on how we can position the district for stability and growth. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Trayon White.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you, Inspector General Lucas, your team, CFO Lee, and your team. It is worth remembering how far DC has come. In the mid-90s, DC faced a severe fiscal crisis that led to the creation of the Control Board in 1995. That era is a reminder of what happens when financial instability and management fails and collides. basic city services suffer and the city autonomy is weakened. The FY 2025 ACFA reflects a very different DC. We earned a unmodified clean audit opinion for our 29th consecutive year, and city leadership highlights roughly $2.2 billion in operating cash liquidity as of September 2025. Evidence of a disciplined and stable District of Columbia we have built over time. But progress does not eliminate the risk, and it certainly does not eliminate the reality that the district financial autonomy remains vulnerable. Even as the ACFA shows we are navigating the post-pandemic transition and continue to roll off our federal relief, the federal government is also moving forward with efforts to overturn the district's tax laws, as we know, which analysis eliminates will reduce DC revenue about $658 million over the next several years and inject chaos into our mid-tax season administration. We must plan for the federal cliff and maintain the discipline that prevents us from turning back to where we once were under the control board. Today was an interesting morning, meeting with the Mayor Bowser and her team, also you, CFO Lee, as we anticipate a $700 million shortfall in 2027. We look forward to having an interesting conversation how we can keep DC vibrant without losing our most vital services to keep us going as a city. So I look forward to the conversation today and the dialogue as we try to keep DC strong fiscally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you very much to the whole team who prepared this report and will be testifying today. You know, there's the saying, may you live in interesting times. And I'm afraid we live in interesting times right now with all of the volatility in so many aspects of our economy, of our tax base, of our regulatory base. And the ACFA kind of gives us a moment to pause and to try to see through the storm and see what's actually happening financially. Now, this is for 2025, but it still is enormously informative for us as we're thinking about FY27. So I am very grateful for your delivery of the report, for the scrutiny of the accuracy of the report. I think we need to use this to figure out what we can do in our FY27 budget and where precisely are we today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to Inspector General Lucas, Mr. Sean Walker, CFO Lee, City Administrator Kevin Donahue, and your teams. I want to start with a look back. Last year, around this time, we were deeply concerned about federal layoffs, federal building repositioning, our bond ratings, the impacts of the continuing resolution, and how that would all impact our fiscal year 2026 budget. Despite that uncertainty, actual fiscal year 25 revenues exceeded budgeted revenues by $257 million, driven in large part by strong non-withholding and corporate tax collections. That is an important reminder that the district's economy remains resilient, even as risks remain on the horizon. Last year, we also spoke about the need to fully fund our federally and locally mandated reserves. I am pleased to see that our 4 cash reserve accounts are now nearly fully funded, totaling approximately $2.2 billion. These reserves are critical to ensuring stability in the face of economic uncertainty and unexpected fiscal shocks. We know that the district will continue to face significant challenges, from ongoing uncertainty at the federal level to the broader affordability pressures and inequities that many district residents continue to experience every day. That's why conversations like today's are so important, as they help us understand where we stand financially and how prepared we are for what lies ahead. With that, I look forward to hearing from you today about our finances and what these trends may mean as we prepare for the upcoming fiscal year 2027 budget and financial plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to the witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Crawford. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for this report. Looking forward to today's discussion. One of the things that I'm most worried about is the lagging indicators and making sure that we are building policy in this year's budget that accounts for not just today's reality, but what we can expect in the next couple of years, especially as we look at the continuing impacts of the federal layoffs, and how those numbers are going to look in a couple of months, not just from where we were in October, as well as the continuing commercial office vacancies that we have been very reliant on as a city to bolster our budget. And so appreciate all of your work on this and hope that we all can use this snapshot to really inform our policy decisions for this budget, and additional pieces of legislation that we're moving to grow our economy and be nimble and responsive to the changing landscape around us. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So let's proceed with the Inspector General, Mr. Lucas, followed by Mr. Walker, I guess, with regard to Clifton Larson Allen. Mr. Lucas.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear at today's hearing to discuss the district's fiscal year 25 annual comprehensive financial report audit results. Joining me are staff from the Office of Inspector General and Mr. Sean Walker, Principal from Clifton Larson Allen, contracted by the OIG to independently audit the district's financial statements. The OIG is responsible for entering into a contract with an independent auditor to audit the district's financial statements annually. In awarding this contract, the OIG must ensure that the same independent auditor is not used for more than 5 consecutive fiscal years. FY25 is the first year that Clifton Larson served as the OIG's ACFR auditor. Following award, OIG staff performed day-to-day administration and oversight of the ACFR audit contract. The OIG's ACFR Audit Oversight Committee is the primary tool to coordinate ACFR audit progress among the independent auditors, the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Council, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and district management officials. Matters that may impact an on-time delivery of the ACFR audit are brought to the committee, which in turn works to remediate any impediments. The FY25 ACFR audit engagement began in May 2025 and continued through OIG's release of the FY25 ACFR audit opinion and associated reports. As reported, the district's overall FY25 ACFR audit received an unmodified or clean audit opinion. However, reported with the district's overall ACFR audit is one material weakness related to the Housing Production Trust Fund. CLA also issued 11 unmodified or clean audit opinions for 11 organizational units, funds, and programs, and CLA reviewed 9 third-party audits, 8 of which received unmodified or clean audit opinions. However, the Green Finance Authority received a qualified opinion related to the accounting treatment of an outstanding loan. In addition to the financial statement audit opinions, government auditing standards require CLA to communicate to those charged with governance and management any deficiencies in internal control identified during the audit of the district's financial statements. Since FY 2020, we have ensured these corresponding internal control reports are transmitted concurrently with the ACFR audit opinions. For FY 25, CLA identified 10 control deficiency findings at the district-wide ACFR level and 23 control deficiency findings at the organizational unit, fund, or program level. These control deficiencies have been communicated in 7 management recommendation reports issued by the OIG. A list of all FY25 audit reports released by the OIG are included as an attachment to my testimony and are available on the OIG's website at oig.dc.gov. Before I ask Mr. Walker to discuss CLA's fiscal year 25 ACFR audit results, I would like to thank the ACFR committee members for their support throughout the year, which ensured an on-time ACFR audit delivery. Transitioning to a new ACFR auditor is not easy, and the ACFR committee worked diligently to make the transition as smooth as possible. With that, I turn it over to Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Pop open the presentation here. All right, very good. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Walker, and I'm the lead engagement principal and a member of the CLA fully integrated audit team that conducted the independent audit of the District of Columbia's annual comprehensive financial report, or the ACFR, for the year ended September 30th, 2025. Also here with me is Greg Miller. He's also a co-principal with me on the engagement. And we also have Chris Powell, which is a principal with FS Taylor and Associates, which is one of our strategic subcontractors. Both members of our integrated audit team are members of the integrated audit team who worked on the audit of the district's ACFR. Our firm, CLA, was engaged by the Office of the Inspector General to conduct an audit of the district's ACFR for the year ended September 30th, 2025. We would like to thank the chair and the council and the committee as a whole for allowing us the opportunity to present our audit results today. I am pleased to report that we have issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the district's financial statements included in the fiscal year 2025 ACFR. In addition, 11 unmodified or clean opinions were issued resulting from the audits of 11 organizational units, funds, programs audited by CLA. Additionally, financial statements of 9 organizational units, funds, and programs were audited by third-party audit firms. 8 organizational units, funds, programs received unmodified or clean opinions on their respective financial statements. The third-party auditor for the District of Columbia's Green Finance Authority, a component unit of the government of the District of Columbia, issued a qualified opinion on their respective standalone financial statements. During our audit of the district's financial statements, we identified one material weakness. Oh, thanks, Greg. I should be advancing the slides. I apologize for that. We'll go back one. Here we go. During our audit of the district's financial statements, we identified one material weakness in internal control pertaining to due from federal government balances previously reported within the Housing Production Trust Fund, a major governmental fund of the district. The financial statements were restated by the management for that fund. We also identified 10 control deficiencies that did not rise to the level of significant deficiency that was included in our management letter to the district. During our audits of the 11 organizational units, funds, and programs audited directly by CLA, we identified one material weakness in internal control in the Home Purchase Assistant Program standalone report on internal control pertaining to the allowance of doubtful accounts on loans receivable. An adjustment was posted to correct the program's financial statements. We also identified 23 control deficiencies that did not rise to the level of significant deficiency internal control that were included in the 6 standalone management letters for the Housing Production Trust Fund, Office of the Lottery and Gaming, other post-employment benefit trust fund, the University of District of Columbia, the Nonprofit Hospital Corporation, and the Unemployment Compensation Fund. The results of our audit did not identify any instances of fraud, nor any material noncompliance with laws and regulations that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. We received full cooperation of the district's management throughout the engagement. We did identify one past audit adjustment pertaining to the timing of recognized lease activities that management considered immaterial to the financial statements, both individually and in the aggregate. We'll turn it over to Greg to give you some more presentation.
So on slide 4 identifies the organizational units, funds, and programs audited directly by CLA. Each of these entities received a standalone audit of their respective financial statements and had an unmodified or clean opinion. Slide 5 reflects the 9 organizational units, funds, and programs audited by third-party audit firms. and that were engaged by management and the governing boards of those respective entities. As part of our group audit responsibilities, we provided group audit instructions and expectations, met with those auditors, reviewed their work, and evaluated their conclusions. Except for Greenbank, which received a qualified opinion with respect to an impairment on a specific loan receivable previously mentioned, we noted that each organizational unit, fund, and program received an unmodified or clean audit opinion on their respective financial statements. This section of our presentations on slides 6 through 9 provides details behind the control deficiencies identified during our audits. As mentioned earlier, 10 control deficiencies detailed on slides 6 through 7 were identified and included in the district's management letter. These findings generally relate to the timing of leasing transactions, procurement activities, and information technology best practices. Slides 9 through 8 reflect the control deficiencies identified in our standalone audits of various district organizational units, funds, and programs, which were communicated separately to each respective entity. Slide 10 illustrates the district's progress year over year in remediating prior year findings and implementing audit recommendations. During the fiscal year 2024 audit engagement performed by other auditors, 21 findings were identified. Of those, 18 were remediated or fully implemented by the end of fiscal year 25 based on the Office of Integrity and Oversight's evaluation of prior year findings and corrective actions. The remaining 3 findings were not fully implemented as of September 30, 2025, and are summarized on the following slides. These items primarily relate to OPEB premiums, other post-employment benefit premiums, and information technology best practices. Management has indicated that each of these items are expected to be fully implemented during fiscal year 2026. This next section of our presentation includes our required communications with those charged with governance. Starting on slide 11, it was our responsibility to audit the district's ACFR in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, as well as the governmental auditing standards, and to provide reasonable, not absolute, assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. Management is responsible for selecting and implementing appropriate accounting policies. Our responsibility is to evaluate management's application of those policies and determining that the district's significant accounting policies are reasonable. There was one proposed audit adjustment identified in our audit pertaining to the timing of leasing transactions that management concluded was immaterial to the district's financial statements, both individually and in the aggregate. The results of our audit did not identify any instances of fraud nor any material non-compliance with laws and regulations that are required to be reported under governmental auditing standards. As mentioned earlier, we identified one material weakness in performing the audit of the district's financial statements pertaining to previously reported due from federal government balances within the Housing Production Trust Fund, a major governmental fund of the district. There were no material inconsistencies with other information contained within the ACFR, and there were no disagreements with management on accounting and reporting matters, no significant difficulties encountered during the course of our audit, and no major issues discussed with management during the audit. At the conclusion of the audit, we did receive a management representation letter signed by the mayor, the CFO, and the controller. We were not made aware of any consultations by management with outside accountants during the audit period. As part of our engagement acceptance process, we performed procedures to confirm and to maintain our independence with respect to the district, and our firm did not perform any non-attest services to the district during the course of this engagement. The final slides provides an overview of upcoming Governmental Accounting Standard Board pronouncements. Effective for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, the district will need to implement GASB 103, the financial reporting model improvements, and GASB statement number 104, disclosure of certain capital assets. Effective for fiscal years ending September 30th, 2027, the district will need to implement GASB statement number 105, dealing with subsequent events. The remaining items on this slide represent ongoing GASB research projects that may result in future accounting standards to be implemented by the district. This concludes our prepared remarks. We appreciate the opportunity to serve the Council of the District of Columbia and for your time to present the results of our audits to the district for the fiscal year 2025. We would welcome any questions or feedback that the committee may have related to our performance and to our audit engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Let's try one 10-minute round. I think I'm going to ask this of Mr. Lucas. There are significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, there are control deficiencies, sort of in the hierarchy of seriousness. And there were no significant deficiencies with this audit, but there were 2 material weaknesses.
Yes.
How many did we have last year?
We did not have any material weaknesses. I don't-
Do you remember any year over the last decade when we've had material weaknesses?
Yes, in 2022, we did have several,
Those were not part of the.
not the overall.
Those were not part of the, I'm not sure what I want to say, general fund audit. That was Events DC.
Correct.
Other than Events DC in 2022, do you recall her having any material weaknesses?
That looks like it.
And then there are the control deficiencies. If we look at the district management letter, there were 32 in the district management letter. Do you remember how many we had last year?
For the district ACFR, there were 12. In standalones, there were 5.
So 17 last year and
Yes.
32 this year. Why shouldn't this be of concern? I get that we have a clean audit. We all celebrate the top line. We have a clean audit, but we have 2 material weaknesses. We haven't had material weaknesses for the district management letter in over a decade. And we have almost double the number of control deficiencies. Why isn't this a red flag?
Any deficiency, significant or material, should be a concern because it signals you have deficiencies in your programs and processes that could lead to serious problems. For this year, our base year with our independent auditor, I'm not surprised that we have a lot of deficiencies, simply because you have a new auditor, new set of eyes, looking at the district's financial system differently than previous auditors.
Is that to say that there's not substance behind these findings or that the last auditor wasn't good?
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have a different set of eyes.
Yeah, I got
They
that.
have different procedures,
I got that.
and they came up with 32 deficiencies.
And
This
you-
isn't a reflection on any previous auditor. This is simply a reflection on this auditor's work this year.
To me, it raises a red flag that financial control is not as good as it's been.
You can't say that
Why can't I?
because you
Gone
have
from-
different auditors looking at different things. It's not an apples to apples comparison, but generally speaking, there should be some concern with any deficiencies, material or otherwise.
And we have 2 material, which, so I cheated. I actually have a table here, and the table goes back to 2010. And with regard to the district management letter, there've been 0 material weaknesses since 2010. That's 15 years and maybe 3 different auditors?
I've had 3 since I've been the Inspector General,
And you've been the Inspector General since,
2014.
okay, well, this goes back to 2010. So we've gone through having new auditors, and I like our auditors, by the way. We've gone through having new auditors a bunch of times, and this is the first time we're having material weaknesses, which are serious. We still have a clean audit, but it's serious. And then the number of control deficiencies has almost doubled from 17 to 32 in 1 year. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the audit is not a detailed go through every single transaction. It's like a sampling.
Correct.
Of sophisticated sampling. And in that sampling, for example, there was no evidence of fraud. That doesn't mean there wasn't any fraud. It
Correct.
just means that based on the sample, it doesn't appear to be any. So just as that's a sample, with regard to the material weaknesses or control deficiencies, it's a sample and it's increased significantly.
What I would also add, Chairman, is from 2010 to 2026, there's been an increased reliance on information system technology, which adds more risk to financial management. So I think that's probably one variable that increases the risk of having deficiencies.
Actually, I think we had a lot of technology in 2010. It's just that it's even more sophisticated now, which means there could be more damage. But I'm glad you brought that up because we have the summary of open prior year recommendations. And one of them has been open for, help me here, 2018 to
2018,
2016. Is that like 8 years?
Yes.
It's been open for 8 years. Now, I didn't listen to the tape of last year's hearing, but I guarantee that last year I said, are we going to resolve all of these control deficiencies? And the answer was yes. Are we going to resolve these open prior year recommendations? Yes. And yet this one from 2018, how many years ago? 8
Uh,
years
8. Yes,
is still open.
correct.
Isn't that concern?
That is concern, but I think there's a plausible, explanation there that I think you should discuss with the city administrator. I deliver the results. I don't manage the processes.
Well, of course, there's an explanation. It's still a recommendation that it be addressed.
Correct.
Do we question the recommendation?
I do not know.
Okay. And in fact, I kind of have in the back of my mind, might have been a discussion I'd had with you, that the recommendation or the description of the problem was implement a risk management framework to comply with National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, publication 800-37. So we've had 8 years to comply with that, and somebody suggested that maybe NIST has updated their publication in the past 8 years. So the compliance issue might even be different and more serious?
I wouldn't characterize it as that.
Do we know?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, it's the NIST framework, they are in the process of implementing it. They're just not fully completed in it. So, I mean, it seems like everybody's really aware of the framework, and the framework does get updated periodically to address issues that come up or new technologies. So it's fair to say that the framework does change. I think the other piece is they are in the process, not fully implemented.
So let's just say, as I'm running out of time, my goal is that the act for next year has 0 significant deficiencies, as is the case this year, 0 material weaknesses, 0. And the number of control deficiencies, maybe it's unreasonable to expect there would be 0, but it would be at least half of what it is this year. And that the summary of open prior year recommendations would be a blank page. Is that an unreasonable goal for next year?
So I would agree with remediating the recommendations as quickly as possible. But with respect to not having any deficiencies, in my world, we want to find as many problems as possible through the process, because that's the only way you can avoid real problems. So for me, 32 deficiencies, okay, we found these, now let's remediate them.
And that's better than having 0 after you look and search and turn over every rock, there's 0.
I would never believe anybody has 0 deficiencies.
I'm going to turn to colleagues. Thank you all. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions?
I do. specifically for the Inspector General. So your office there was a finding with regard to the not-for-profit hospital corporation. We refer to that as United Medical Center for folks who don't know, but that's how it is officially titled. Specifically, that the not-for-profit hospital corporation had over $720,000 in outstanding checks that were more than 2 years old that had not been escheated or cashed. How does that happen? Is that normal?
I'm going to defer to our auditors for that.
Okay.
So the outstanding checks that are not sheeted back to the district, those are checks that UMC did not receive to deposit them. They are checks that they wrote
Okay.
as payable, and those individuals, entities had not cashed them, so they're outstanding checks. The district's requirement is after 2 years, after they issue the check, cancel it, rewrite a new one, do outreach. After the 2 years of that process, to sheet them back into the district as unclaimed property. And that amount, that's how much all those individual checks added up to at the end of the year that were outstanding as
Okay.
of September 30, 25.
What happens at the end of 2 years? Can someone, I mean, I guess it's considered unclaimed property. Could they claim it? Or, I mean, in theory, I don't, usually I know in terms of like receiving a personal check, there's a little note at the bottom that after a certain number of days, this check is now void. So I'm curious, what does that look like? Or is that a CFO related question? And
It might be a more CFO-related question on the exact process of unclaimed property and what the timelines are from those specific timelines.
okay,
But in general, after that, as you mentioned, the check is good for 90 days. Typically, management would do an exercise to reach out to whoever that vendor was, the payee of that check. A new one might be issued, but after that process for 2 years, that would go into unclaimed property. And then an individual or entity could go out and look and see what they have in their name within unclaimed property and go through that process.
okay. How was this missed on previous ACFR audits? Because I don't recall seeing this finding before.
I can't tell you what was done in the past as
Mr. Inspector General?
I mean, again, as Chairman Mendelson had mentioned, this is we sample.
Okay.
This may not have been something that the previous auditor looked at.
Okay. I mean, the not-for-profit hospital corporation now does not technically exist in its form. So it's good to sort of have this wrap up, if you will. But I do wonder to the extent of other agencies who might send out checks. Now, this begs the question of how much is in unclaimed property? Because in theory, we cannot spend that money. In theory? Okay, I see ahead. Okay, in theory. All right, so we're just, great. Then I also wanted to ask, there was a management response to the Clifton Larson Allen on this particular one, according to the letter that was noticed on or about January 5th, 2026, and that management concurred with the notification of the finding and recommendation. Who did you all speak to considering the not-for-profit hospital corporation is dissolved? So who got that letter?
So the letter was originally addressed to UMC, management and financial management of UMC. As you mentioned, the hospital doesn't exist as the entity it did at that point in time. So the OCFO's office is taking responsibility for remediating
Okay,
that particular finding because UMC then rolled into the district effective 10/1.
got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, IG Lucas, and to our auditors. I'd like to understand a couple of the weaknesses or deficiencies. Could you help me understand I think it was a material weakness in the Housing Production Trust Fund?
Yeah, so that one I think is on slide 8 of for those following along. So for that related to the allowance for doubtful accounts on loans receivable. That is, HPTF is one portion of a larger loan portfolio of the overall district that includes HPTF, HPAP, home CDBG, multiple under probably a little over 2 billion worth of loans receivable. The allowance for doubtful accounts is calculated based upon that broader portfolio. That's based upon historical experience and what the expected loans to be paid during the year versus actual. When you break it down into the HPTF standalone, the way the numbers fell and the math worked, the allowance for doubtful accounts in that calculation actually increased the accounts receivable for that portion of the portfolio. And that was the portion that the allowance should not be increasing a set of receivables. Allowance by nature decreases because management is saying, hey, here's our chance of not collecting certain receivables. So that amount was material to the standalone fund because we have to audit each column within the financial statements as a standalone and kind of as a standalone entity, if you will. So that kind of drove the material nature of that set of financial statements on a standalone basis.
Okay. And the term you use, allowance for what accounts?
Allowance for doubtful accounts,
Doubtful?
collectible, uncollectible,
Got it.
allowance for bad debt.
Okay. And what would we prefer to see there?
I mean, internal controls are all analysis of cost benefit of, hey, how much is it going to cost to implement this control and how much does it protect the district from a certain amount of risk. But you could look at that fund's loan portfolio individually and do its own allowance calculation respective on the actual experience from there. Another item could be to review for any significant outlying. We anticipated having X amount receipted, and here's the ones that came in really big. They paid it off in advance. Maybe take those outliers out of the data set in order to calculate the allowance. So there's a couple different ways to calculate what that allowance could be.
Okay, thank you. And for the home purchase assistance program, that one was, I think, a deficiency. I can't remember where that one fell. Could you help me understand that one?
Sorry. Oh, I'm still on. From the HPAP standpoint,
Yes.
so that particular one, I may have gotten the two backwards.
Okay.
You did.
I did.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So HPTF, the Housing Production Trust Fund, is a standalone column within the financial statements. And that one relates to the allowance, or HPTF relates to loans at the timing of recording those loans. HPAP, which rolls up into the general fund of the district, that was the one for the allowance for doubtful account.
Okay, that makes
difference.
sense.
So-
Okay. And then, so then let's go back to HPTF. The issue with that one was,
Correct. So that one relates to the timing of when certain loans receivable were recorded
okay,
in the financial statements. So the programmatic side of the house does all the due diligence about the loan processing and executes those loans. And that information is then reported to the financial side of the house, who then records those loans. So there's sometimes delays between that communication process or just they don't make it in time. And in that scenario, there was a loan that was outstanding that was issued in a prior year that didn't get recorded until the current year.
thank you. Well, when you do the audits and identify various weaknesses, do the agencies have an opportunity to respond before you finalize the audit?
Yes.
And in the responses for those two programs, do you have a sense of whether there's agreement on the issue? And so, in my view, whether we should expect to address that deficiency?
Yes, the facts and circumstances have been agreed to.
Excellent, thank you. Last question. I am not an audit expert for, sometimes there is a request on agencies to have forensic audits. What is the difference in what we would get from a forensic audit versus the type of audit that you do?
So a forensic audit is actually a specialized service that actually involves people that specialize in forensic techniques, which is a lot more interviewing, investigative. The financial audit is actually just looking at, I mean, we consider fraud a little in the process. We do interviews, we look for about things that we might see that would give an indication, but its primary intent is not to investigate fraud. A fraud investigation that's the primary intent. A lot of times it can be done by, even if it's like people like us, we'll have people that have law enforcement background. So if you really think about the different kind of skill set that's involved there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tran White, do you have any questions?
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I have a few questions. To the auditor, you stated that the same independent auditor cannot be used for more than 5 consecutive fiscal years, and that the FY25 is the first year of the CLA and serve as OIG's ACFR auditor. You also stated that OIG's ACFR audit oversight committee is the primary tool to coordinate ACFR audit progress. What is comprised of the committee? If you can explain that, that'd be helpful.
The committee is comprised of individuals representing the agencies, EOM, the CA's office, Chief Financial Officer's office, anyone that has any responsibility within the financial management system that would have the ability to remove impediments to getting through the audit in an efficient manner. And the members of the council are also part of the committee.
How many members are on this committee? You know?
Not off the top of my head. I can get you that information.
And I know we talked about the 5 years. Does this 5-year change with committee members as well?
They could change, yes.
Okay.
But
What has been the impact of membership change, if any, on this committee oversight in the audit process? Has it improved the process, added more complications, if any, for like changes on the committee?
I don't think changes on the committee have any significant impact on the effectiveness of the committee. What's important is to have members on the committee who can speak for their respective agencies to clear any impediments that the team may face.
Thank you. And I know I'm not sure if you covered this already before, but there was, you talked about one material weakness was in the Housing Production Trust Fund. Do you have an assessment on how the material weakness may have impacted the administration of the Housing Production Trust Fund?
Can you repeat the question, council member?
You talked about the material weakness in the Housing Production Trust Fund. I know I heard Councilman Robert White ask questions about this, but I'm not sure if there was an answer. Just trying to get an idea if this had an administration issue on the implementation of the Housing Production Trust Fund and it being implemented.
So the material weakness as it relates to the Housing Production Trust Fund pertain to the recording of ARPA funding.
Okay.
A lot of that funding at the end of the year last year was moved around to make sure that all of those fundings was allocated by the end of December 2024 based upon the timing requirements for ARPA. And overall, that was the timing of a journal entry that happened to move that money as those changes were made. That resulted in the overstatement of a receivable for that particular fund as of September 30, 2024. Management identified that after the ACFR was issued last year, remediated that this year in the financial statements. So I can't necessarily speak to the effectiveness of the program itself, but that's the background on the material weakness.
Okay, and just for clarity, do you all at all look at how it's been allocated to fit the AMI levels at all? Do you even dig that deep?
From a financial statement standpoint, we're not necessarily looking directly at all the eligibility requirements for participation in the program from that standpoint. We do consider compliance items throughout our engagement, but we don't conduct specific compliance. It's not a compliance audit, it's a financial statement audit, so.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Chairman.
I was just going to add that the single audit process, which is another audit that the district receives, that would look at more of the eligibility requirements of the grant funding.
And I would also add, council member, for that material weakness on the Housing Production Trust Fund, the CFO's office did identify the error before the auditors did and reported to them and began to remediate it.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. I want to pick up where Chairman Mendelson was on sort of magnitude of the findings this time. So 2 material weaknesses in this audit. The only other material weakness in the last 10 years at Events DC in 2022. There was a reference to, for control weaknesses or control findings, 32, and last year 17. But I guess I'm a little puzzled because there's a table that shows 21 prior year findings, and there were no material weaknesses. So that makes me think there would have been 21 control findings last time, or is there 17 control findings and 4 of something else last year?
No, there was 21 control findings, and I'm just going to add, and I know we're going, I want to make sure everybody's on the same nomenclature a little bit. I'm just going to offer this, is that a material weakness in internal control and a significant deficiency in internal control is just talking about degree. These are control deficiencies as well. So it's only about degree as to what does it mean from a financial statement as a whole. And a lot of these comments, not unimportant, but they are they're not at that level where they're so significant that they hurt the financial reporting.
Totally get it. Totally get it. Just trying to get my arms around what we found this year compared to what we found in previous years. And so the delta is, it was 21 last year, it's 32 this year. So it's up and up. But in previous years, what does that number look like? Does anybody have any idea whether what we typically are finding as you're looking through the books of entities that are managing $20 billion in spending, it would not be surprising to find some things. What's typical?
Typical? I'm not sure. How do you define typical?
Well, the average for the last 10 years kind of thing.
Oh, I'll have to calculate that for you.
Okay, how about do it and then get back to me?
Okay.
We don't have to do it here.
Okay.
I want to get a sense of that magnitude.
Sure.
There are a couple of places where they're clustered. One of them is the Office of Lottery and Gaming that had no control findings last year and has 9 this year. Can you help me understand what those are about? Some of them look like weaknesses in their internal control system, but this is close to a third of the findings are related to Office of Lottery and Gaming. Can you give me the texture of what you found there?
I can give you a little bit there. I mean, most of those findings were related to information technology. You know, we have a separate team that goes out that specializes in auditing information technology, and there was a lot of, there were really system configuration related findings. So, and from what I understand is that they did agree to most of those to remedy them, then there was no disagreement with those, but that's what most of them were infrastructure based, like, you know, user access, disaster recovery, some of the basic things that you would normally have.
Yeah, I guess I have oversight over the Office of Lottery and Gaming, so I will be exploring this further. I do wonder, like, if there are weaknesses in the technology system, including user access, to what extent does that put at risk dollars that somebody might inappropriately find access to? You didn't find that, otherwise that would be a more serious finding. you identified the weaknesses, not the exploitation of the weaknesses, if I understand it correctly. But that's what it was. It's in the information technology system and all agreed and will on track to be remedied. Okay, the University of the District of Columbia, there was a finding about safety, police safety overtime. Can you talk to me about that? What was, we have heard some issues raised about this before, but I'm curious what it was you found. And I'll note that also, of the 32, 6 of them are related to UDC, and 7 of them are related to the Office of the CFO. But see if you could speak to the UDC ones and then the CFO.
So as far as UDC, I know when you look at them, 3 of them were related to IT-related issues. Again, just to give you perspective, this could also be an answer to why if you look at a lot of these, they're IT-related. We do, as part of our audit methodology, we do go through a very rigorous IT assessment on each of our auditees. So that could be part of the reason why there's an increase. I haven't been able to kind of reconcile that yet to see if that's truly a 100% statement, but I know we had a lot of IT findings. The other 3, the one that you referred to about the formal documentation process for overtime, that's just something that we saw in an internal control that there was a lack of approval, I believe, there. And we just think that that's a better idea. It's a better control.
All right, Mr. Lucas, on this reference to that this audit team, which brought fresh eyes, one of the things that they bring fresh eyes to is IT systems. Was that a focus of the previous auditors? Could that be an explanation that this set of auditors were focused more on IT than the previous one, and that's why the numbers go up?
I'm sorry, I can't really say that with certainty. Who, focused on what. IT is always, a central focus, for all of our auditors, given that much of the financial system is managed by IT systems. But I would also add, Councilmember Freeman, that UDC, being independent, having their own IT infrastructure, may not be as robust as the overall districts.
I actually think UDC has come to us a number of times and tried to get funding to improve their IT systems. So there is, so I hear you on that. Okay, I think that covers the questions that I had.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Crawford?
Thank you. Circling back to HPAP, can you just explain in layman's terms what happened? Because I'm still a little confused there.
So I wanted to make sure I had the right slide this time to try to avoid the confusion. So the Home Purchase Assistance Program for HPAP was the allowance calculation against the loan receivable. HPAP is a part of a much broader portfolio of loans receivable, and the allowance for the doubtful accounts calculation is performed at a large level. And then we're looking at HPAP as a piece of that larger portfolio. So the data set to analyze the allowance for doubtful account is much bigger than HPAP itself. Now they do bifurcate that within the calculations. Essentially, the HPAP loan portfolio for the amortized loans, their allowance is based upon how much they anticipate to collect, which is based upon the amortization schedules within those loans. But in practicality, I think a lot of those loans are paid when the property is sold or transferred. So there's a lot of one-time payments to pay off the whole loan, which then skews the number. So it would say, hey, we anticipated to have this much cash receipted on these particular loans based on the amortization schedules. However, we received this much more cash because there were a lot of properties, the loan value was fully paid off when the property was sold during the year. And then that drove an increase in the increase in the overall AR, loans receivable, based upon that allowance calculation. So marking up based upon the allowance, which should be decreasing the loan receivable.
Okay, thank you. I will likely follow up with the budget office on this, just to make sure I fully understand. Did this or will this negatively impact HPAP borrowers in any way?
I can't answer. I can't answer how it'll impact in the future.
Okay. I'll follow up. And then on Housing Production Trust Fund, have there been any other issues with the classification or reporting of federal COVID relief funds, or is this the only one?
This was the only one identified over the course of our audit.
Okay. And then did the Office of Financial Operations and Systems commit to putting controls in place to prevent similar reporting errors in the future with other federal dollars?
Yeah. So from an understanding of this relates specifically to ARPA. ARPA was a very large program that required money to be allocated or obligated by the end of December 2024. And then that money needs to be those obligations need to be liquidated by December 2026. Management moved how things were being funded by ARPA or funded by local dollars or another revenue stream. And in the course of all that movement at the end of the year, there was a journal entry that hit, and with the timing, a program closed, a project module within the accounting system closed, and that's what drove the difference. The scenario in which for this to repeat would need to be as unique as the ARPA funding itself that drove it. The district has a number of grant activity that happens day in, day out, that there are processes and procedures on how to record those and how to treat those types of transactions in a normal recurring business manner. I think ARPA was a unique situation with a lot of things moving at a particular time of year where we're trying to close everything down, and a portion of a journal entry did not get recorded in last year's financial statements on a timely manner.
Thank you. All my other questions have been answered.
Thank you. So the issue with HPTF is as a statement of condition, there was an accounting error
Correct.
as opposed to whether the funds are in the program.
Correct. It was an accounting standpoint that,
Misstated the condition of the account.
correct.
Councilmember Pinto, looks like she's left. Councilmember, you don't get to raise your hand. But Councilmember Felder's next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I didn't see him. Hold on a second. Mr. Parker moved. Councilmember Parker, you're next on the list. I didn't see you because you had been over there. All right. He's being nice to you. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I'll start off with some general questions as it relates to the financial conditions of the district, and then looking ahead. My first question, about a year ago, projections suggested federal government layoffs with up to 40,000 employees and a potential $300 million annual hit to the district's economy. My question is, based on the FY 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, that impact did not materialize. Could you speak to why and whether this reflects economic resilience or a simple delay in the fiscal impact?
Yeah, Councilmember Felder, that may be a better question for the CFO.
Yeah, I would like to answer. Okay. Let's see. Give me a second. I apologize. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer the remaining of my time.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, the questions about revenue estimates are probably more appropriate with the CFO. Councilmember Parker.
I too am going to bypass questions so we can get to the CFO.
So you're good for the moment?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, I wanted to come to you as it relates to, from the oversight your work your office has done, are there particular risks you see tied to how the district manages and maintains its facilities, whether that's tracking assets, prioritizing repairs, or coordinating across agencies?
Yeah, I don't think I have any ongoing work in those areas.
Okay, so I guess looking at risk tied to how the district manages or maintains its facilities wasn't something on your scope of work, is what you're saying?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
We don't have anything related to that. If you have something specific in mind, I'll be happy to sit down with you to discuss it.
There's at least one recommendation around risk management and system controls that's been flagged in some form since 2018. From an oversight standpoint, what does it say when something sits open that long, or where is the breakdown typically happening?
It could be a number of reasons for that. Finances may not be available, may not have the expertise, changes in leadership.
Okay.
So there could be a number of reasons for that. And for that particular one, I know for a number of years, finances was a challenge.
Yeah, because I was trying to get a sense, I guess, when the same type of issues keep coming up year after year, I guess I want to understand what's usually driving that, right? Is it staffing and capacity? Is it leadership attention? Is it like weak systems, or just that internal controls aren't prioritized until something goes wrong?
It could be all of the above.
Understood. Looking across this year's findings, which issue concerns you the most if it continues to sit unresolved for the next few years, particularly in terms of risk to residents or the district's financial integrity?
From the Inspector General standpoint, what concerns me the most is the district's information systems infrastructure, because there's an increased reliance on information systems to transact finances. And we have a bifurcated system in the district where you have some agencies that are able to run their own IT systems. So from that standpoint, I would say information systems. Just for finances in general, the CFO has a fairly robust financial management internal control system, in place. So I'm not terribly, concerned there, but definitely information systems and technology.
Got it. I appreciate that. And from what you're seeing across agencies, do these procurement findings read as isolated breakdowns or more of a pattern that raises broader concerns about consistency, transparency, and internal discipline in how contracts are handled?
Similar to the information systems and technology space, because we have this bifurcated system, and you have some agencies that are running their own programs that may be more at risk in contracting and procurement. That is a challenge. And it is something that, we've experienced year over year. We have a triennial procurement risk assessment that we do, where we look across the entirety of the district, to see where vulnerabilities are, in which we use to target additional work, so we can try to stay ahead of those challenges.
Understood. I appreciate that feedback. Mr. Walker, in your audit, this was labeled a material weakness tied to late reclassifications and reconciliation gaps that led to the HPTF balance being overstated. in plain terms, does that point more to a contained accounting breakdown or to underlying weaknesses in how the controls around this fund are structured?
It's probably more of a point in time. I mean, this year, we just talked about it not too long ago where it was, basically an accounting breakdown in the system due to the timing of the, and Greg said it the best, it's probably a rare situation that it would happen again. It would have to be as unique as it was this year, and the nature that it happened in.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that, Chairman. I will yield the remainder of my time. Thank you all.
Thank you. That's going to conclude the questions that we have for you all. That doesn't mean you get to leave because in the next round, we may have questions to bring you back. So thank you all. We'll now turn to Glenn Lee, the Chief Financial Officer, and Kevin Donahue, the City Administrator. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And don't get too comfortable because the city administrator is not here and he's going to grab, I think, 2 seats. Just saying. So why don't you begin? And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Lee. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia, and I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss the fiscal year 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report issued this past January 30th, 2026. I am joined by Kimberly Williams, Deputy CFO for the Office of Financial Operations and Systems, as well as by Fitzroy Lee, Deputy CFO and Chief Economist. We're having Mr. Lee join us to answer specifically some of the questions that council members asked about revenue streams and so forth. Let me begin by acknowledging that FY25 was, by any measure, a remarkable year. During it, the district faced significant reductions in jobs by the district's largest employer, the federal government, a federal continuing resolution that reduced the district spending limits to fiscal year 24 levels midway through 25, the enactment of federal legislation that reduced district revenue, and a several-week delay in the district's budget process. Despite these challenges, and other challenges as well, the district ended fiscal year 25 in stronger financial position than in fiscal year 24. My presentation today will focus on the results of fiscal year 25. However, I will also take the opportunity to highlight the significant challenges the district will face in fiscal year 2026 as a result of the enactment of House Joint Resolution 142. Joint Resolution 142, which is currently on the floor in the Senate, invalidates the district's income and franchise tax conformity and revision temporary amendment act of 2025. We call it the District's Tax Amendment Act. And that act changes district law related to income taxes levied by the district. Among other changes, the District's Tax Amendment Act delinks parts of the district's income tax from federal law, thereby limiting the district's revenue reductions stemming from enactment of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, otherwise known as OB3A. Fortunately, as I described in our September 30, 2025 letter to you and the mayor, the September 25 revenue forecast revisions more than offset the revenue impacts of O3BA. Since early last fall, the district's tax administration agency, OTR, implemented changes to district tax forms, guidelines, and systems to conform with changes brought about by the District's Tax Amendment Act for this current filing season, which ends on April 15th, this coming April 15th. Enactment of JR 142 means that the changes that were made to OTR's forms and systems will no longer be consistent with district law. Consequently, OTR must change tax filing processes for the current filing season to reflect district law prior to the Tax Amendment Act's enactment. To accomplish this, OTR would suspend the current filing season until time is necessary to make these changes. Specifically, OTR would need to re-engineer its processes, reprogram its systems, and redevelop its forms and guidelines, and require changes to software tax processing vendors to conform with now what current law would be. These changes during the tax filing season are unprecedented and will impact each of the district's approximately 360,000 individual taxpayers and over 60,000 corporate and unincorporated tax filers. In addition, we are assessing the impact of JR 142 on the district's cash flow. Delaying tax filing shifts the collection of revenues associated with final tax filing by several months, potentially into fiscal year 2027. While income tax collections are delayed, the district's expenses must continue at their normal pace, potentially leading to a cash flow challenge exceeding $400 million, probably experienced in the summer. We will continue to assess this and other impacts from the invalidation of the district's Tax Amendment Act, should it come to pass. We will keep you informed of our assessments as we progress. Turning my focus back to fiscal year 2025, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to district financial staff, program managers, and other stakeholders who partnered with us to ensure successful outcomes for the district. I also thank the city administrator and the inspector general for working with my office to produce this report. Using prudent financial management practices and sound decision-making, we worked together successfully to achieve a clean audit opinion while navigating the challenges faced in fiscal year 2025. So I'd like to go ahead and do my presentation now.
Sure. I just want to ask one
Yes, sir.
clarification. In your statement, you said the district's approximately 360,000 individual tax filers, but the printed statement says 350,000. Did you mean 350 or 360?
I mean 360. I'm sorry that we just checked that number. It's 363 to be
All right.
specific. I apologize. So what we'd like to do is go to our presentation. We can move to the next slide, please. First and foremost, as we said, we achieved a clean audit. That's to be expected. It's the 29th year in a row. That's no longer anything to tout. It should be expected. We did have one yellow book finding, and I'd like to take a moment to describe exactly the transaction that is in question here so that it's described, and Ms. Williams will help me with the discussion. So in the supplemental for fiscal year 2024, you all ordained a shift in use of ARPA money. Fine, that was all within your decision-making authority and certainly consistent with federal law. When that required several transactions for us to move the money to where you wanted it spent. And as the auditor pointed out, there were some critical deadlines for that to happen, December of 24 and then final expenditure of 26. So in one of the transactions of moving money that was originally assigned to the Housing Production Trust Fund out to another fund, another destination, per your direction, there was a tactical misstep in an accounting process. And as a result of that, it overstated the fund balance for Housing Production Trust Fund by $19 million. It didn't mean the money was there, there was a receivable. Our tactic did not remove that receivable. We don't dispute that. We did find this error, but we found it after year-end closed, so we corrected the error in fiscal year 25. So it was correct for the auditor to say your 25 had this correction, and that is a finding, a weakness. So I hope that clarifies it. And if you have any additional questions, please ask. But I think I appreciate what the auditor characterized that is this situation is a very complicated and very unique transaction. It does not reflect the routine management of grants, which they did survey as well and found no issues. This was a very unique one-off situation. Nonetheless, we will develop an action plan to correct this and to prevent this in the future. That means looking at our processes, it looks at our systems, as well as ultimately what are we not training our people to do. That's our responsibility. We own it. We'll move forward with that plan. Beyond that, our retirement and post-employment benefit trusts are fully funded. Together, for that to happen is fairly unique in the country. So that's a very strong attribute to our finances. Federally and locally mandated reserves are near full funding levels. And our debt responsibility is managed below the 12% cap. As you know, under district code, we can't spend more than 12% of our budget on debt service or interest expenses from borrowing. And we are managing to that. It's collectively thought that that is a sustainable amount of commitment financially and another credit strength, if you will, to the district's financial condition. And finally, our ratings reflect these strengths, both for the general obligation bonds and income tax bonds. Both are a AA+, which is just one notch below AAA. So we think that the credit markets acknowledge the strengths that we have. Moving to the next slide. We're going to just talk about the general fund at this point. This is a look at the revenue that we receive from the general fund. It's about $13 billion, just over. The majority of our taxes the largest share of our tax revenue or our revenue to the general fund are income and franchise taxes, followed by property taxes. Next slide, please. This depicts our general fund spending, and it too was roughly $13 billion. The majority of our spending happens in the education system and human support services, which together are well over 50% of our total spend. All right. Next slide, please. Yes, revenue. So this reflects a portion of the general fund, what we call the local fund, which is the working fund that you all spend your time assessing appropriations and taxes related to dedicated purposes. Examples of that would include money that goes either to WMATA or tax revenue that's set aside for Events DC. The most important development in fiscal year 25 is really strong growth in income taxes. But that was really driven by two factors, and many of you have said as much. First and foremost is the personal income taxes associated with capital gains grew substantially and outperformed our estimates and led a lot of this growth. The second component is strong corporate earnings for corporations that have a footprint here in the district. And as a result, they're subject to our corporate taxes. And those were very strong last year. Together, they were far and away the most important driver of our revenue forecast over our revenues over our forecast. Sales taxes were relatively mild growth of 4.3%. And then we saw a increase in deed taxes associated with a surge in commercial property sales. In addition, we had two large gains in revenues associated with policies that you set. One has to do with implementing new hospital fees, and that led to what we call, it's part of our gross receipts taxes, and that led to a large jump in those revenues, but that's to be understood as part of the policy that you changed regarding inpatient hospital fees. And second was a large jump in the transfers we received from the Universal Paid Leave Fund, and that reflects a higher rate that has been applied to the taxes that support the Universal Paid Leave Fund and was expected. So next slide, please. What we see here, this is focusing on our local fund. We see the revenue forecast that you use to adopt or approve the 26 through 29 budget, as well as the 29 supplemental. We increased, as you said, the June estimate by $243 million, and then again in September by another $13 million. So overall, our revenue was up $257 million relative to the forecast you used for the 25 supplemental and 26 through 29 budget. The driver, again, as you see, the second table on this page was income taxes, primarily business and individual taxes that we just described, the capital gains and the large corporate earnings. Spending. This is looking at both local and dedicated taxes again. What we spent was over $12 billion, $12.3 billion. If you add in special purpose revenues, the rest of the general fund, total spending is reflected on the pie chart at the start, a little over $13 billion. And the underspending reflects underspending relative to appropriations as of the end of the year. Not what we expected appropriations to be when you passed the supplemental several months earlier. It's rather all the adjustments, the reprogramming, and other transactions. This is the end of the year revised budget. And overall, there was about $113 million savings relative to that view, that time period. So reserves, page 10. If you recall, last year, several of our reserves were not fully funded. This year, there were gains in our reserves, large increases in a handful, and then, of course, a reduction in the reserve for future budget appropriation, because last year's reflected expected use of fund balance for fiscal year 25. But the bottom line is that we increased the total commitment to reserves relative to fiscal year 24 by about $670 million. Overall fund balance changed by about 100 million. It went down by 100 million. If you just look at local fund and dedicated taxes component of the general fund, it was about $155 million reduction. The next slide shows the reserves as articulated in the prior table. And the purpose of this is to show that the largest section, the reserve for future budgets, will be spent between by basically the end of 27, early into 28. And so what we expect then is the rest of the pie to be our fund balance and ongoing fund balance moving forward. And why will the green shaded area be spent? We are using these resources to pay for expenditures this year and next year, and a little bit in fiscal year 28, in order to support your current spending, which is more than the revenues we're bringing in. But through the financial plan you adopted, effectively the last 2 years, we don't depend on fund balance. We avoid then a fiscal cliff because you've made decisions in your 27 through 29 financial plan budgets that bring spending in line with our expectations of revenues. More specifically about the federally and locally mandated reserves, they are all basically fully funded for a balance of $2.2 billion, reflects about 18% of the general fund spending. The next slide describes the status of our pension, our defined pension systems, as well as the post-employment benefits. And the really important variable to look at as the far right-hand column, which describes the percent funded, and percent funded is a concept of how much resources or how much is in the trust relative to the obligations against the system. And to be at 100% or more means that you are fully funded, that you have enough money set aside to pay the current obligations. This is rare. This is rare for large employment systems around the country. Typically, good numbers are about 80%. We're at 100% or more. In the long run, this reduces your expenses to support retirement benefits. And so it's a very important attribute, positive attribute of the district's finances. In conclusion, despite our challenges, we are financially resilient and as in a position to deal and address with the issues along with the currently approved financial plan, in a position to deal with the significant challenges that face us in the future. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Let's hear from the city administrator, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you. I have some brief remarks that I'm happy to give. Chairman Mendelson, members and staff from the committee in the whole, good afternoon. I'm Kevin Donahue, and I have the honor of serving as the city administrator for DC. I'm joined by Jenny Reed, the deputy city administrator and budget director for the mayor. And I'm pleased to speak on the fiscal year 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, better known as the ACFR. This morning at the Mayor Council breakfast, the mayor and I spoke at length on the significant challenges we face in formulation for the FY27 budget. Since we've already spent some time discussing that, I'll focus this presentation on my remarks, my brief statements about the audit itself and the road we have ahead. Under the mayor's leadership, the district has continued making strategic investments which have maintained DC's comeback and continued to show strong results. Despite this progress, we face serious financial challenges at the federal and local levels. At the federal level, we continue to see the long-term impacts of federal workforce reductions, particularly DC residents who are part of the federal government or connected to the federal government based on their job. In addition to that, federal tariffs immigration policies lead to higher construction costs and labor shortages. And there's congressional efforts to overturn council's emergency legislation on decoupling from the One Beautiful Bill law, which will greatly complicate our budget planning over the four-year financial plan. And at the local level, we've seen numerous programs whose growth is expanding far beyond our capacity to pay for them, popular, good programs that we all value. I have repeatedly raised this issue over the past couple of years, and the bottom line remains the same. DC cannot afford its current spend rate, and we have to make adjustments to programs that we all care about. I'll conclude my remarks by thanking the Deputy City Administrator and Budget Director, Jenny Reed, CFO Glenn Lee, Inspector General Lucas, and the independent auditing team at Clifton Larson Allen. We know we must continue to grow the district's economic base, and our investments must be strategic and prudent. All of us, the executive and the council, will need to make very tough choices in the upcoming months. It's taken a tremendous amount of hard work to get to where we are today, and I appreciate everyone's effort and dedication. And for the sake of getting to question and answers, I'll close my remarks there. And Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2025 ACFR, and we're happy to respond to questions.
Thank you. So we're going to have at least one 10-minute round. I'm going to go into some questions in a minute on the tax administration, which is not where I want to start, but I think it's useful to get that out up front. So I may need some additional time, but I think I'll take that on the second round or after the first round for everybody. I do want to ask this, though. Mr. Lee, in your presentation, on page 6, there's non-tax, which shows a revenue underachieving by 103 million. What is non-tax? Or what was that, 103 million?
So the non-tax are all the revenues like fees and fines and so on. And in that forecast, we had determined that things like ATE, that's the automatic traffic enforcement, business licenses and permits and so on. When we did the June estimate, we found that those were underperforming. And so that's why it's reflected
So which
there.
was underperforming?
All of those, automatic traffic enforcement, business license, business permits, the lottery, I think, was one of those as well. And let me check. And motor vehicle registrations, all of those were down compared to what we had forecasted.
Okay. Let me ask some, because I think it's important to get this out. Oh, although actually, I wanted to begin with this. Mr. Lee, did you go to the bond market today?
We did.
We did. And how did it go?
We met our expectations, and I'll leave it at that, but that's a very good sign. We were able to achieve rates that were within our planning range and competed well with AAA credits. So we're thrilled.
So competed well with AAA
In
credits.
other words, our rates are not materially different than other credits that were AAA that were being sold. So we're very, very pleased.
And within the range that you had budgeted or estimated?
Yes, because we estimate a range when we're going into a market of what we'll accept and not accept, and we were within our range.
And how much was the borrowing?
I don't know. I haven't gotten the final report, but I got a text saying it was within range just as we arrived at this presentation, so I'm very happy with that.
Okay. So I want to get this out. I don't think this needs to be very long. How many personal and business income tax returns have been filed to date for this tax season?
I don't know the number specifically to date. In our first week when we opened up, we had over 6,000 that
Well,
filed
somebody told me
claims.
last week your website said 18,000. I'm assuming
That's entirely possible.
Well, is it fair to say over 20,000 at this point?
It's fair to say, yes, sir.
Is it fair to say over 25,000?
I
Mr.
wouldn't
Lee's
say
been
more
nodding
than
his
that, but
head.
we're happy to provide that specific data point to you all.
If you would, because I think this is important.
Yes.
If someone filed their taxes last week and received a larger earned income credit, but Congress disapproves the tax legislation, would that low-income family owe the district money now since the earned income credit laws?
There's a whole series of policies that are in income tax filing. And we are literally in the process of unwinding many of those policies and questions just like you described, and as well as logistical issues about how to start up and a new filing process. So we have both policy as well as logistical issues that we're sorting out right now. So we have not made a determination of how to manage that, and I can imagine we'll be engaged with our elected colleagues to sort out some of these issues.
Well, I
It's-
assume if somebody got a refund or they got well, first of all, have you paid any refunds yet? Or have you paid any refundable credits yet for the current filing season?
Yeah, I don't know about refundable credits, certainly refunds.
You have paid.
Yes. Just, so we're literally, trying to develop operating plans to deal with this.
No, I understand that. So
And so-
with refundable credits, like the earned income tax credit is a
Mhm.
refundable credit, as I recall, meaning that you pay it whether the
Yes.
person has a tax liability. You don't know if you've paid
I
any.
don't know if we paid those. I know
Okay.
we've paid
If you
refunds.
have paid any, wouldn't it make sense that now it would have to be paid back to the district?
We're evaluating what our responsibilities are. And that's one of many complicated issues that we have to address, just like you're describing.
If Congress changes our tax code in the middle of the tax season, which is what the effect would be of the disapproval, would residents and businesses who have already filed have to file again?
More than likely, but that's the point. We have to figure out a new and different kind of refiling process for those who have already filed, and we're just beginning to design that.
There are also a group of taxpayers who would get more money back on their taxes if Congress disapproves our bill. If they have already filed, would they have to file a new tax return to get the new higher amount back from the district?
In many cases, because we don't know the facts that were not on their filing their tax returns that they provided us. So, for example, if there's particular kinds of income that are no longer subject to tax as a result of congressional action, we would need to understand what portion of what was reported to us now is not reportable anymore. So in effect, we are likely to have taxpayers, many taxpayers who have filed already, if not all of them, refile.
I'm sorry.
Do an amended return. Yes,
The
but
amended
there's
will have to refile.
more than likely because of these issues. Fundamentally, they were reporting income or claiming deductions or credits that may not exist under current law. And how we address this is very complicated, and we've been working on this for about a week and a half. So we fully will describe to you, and most importantly, the taxpayers in detail, our plan, but we're generating it now. That's why we need to, if the joint resolution comes to pass, signed by the president, we need to stop filing immediately because people will be reporting to us income or claiming credits or deductions that are not relevant any longer. And the fewer.
So you said you would have to, if it passes, if the disapproval passes, you would have to stop filing immediately.
Yeah.
Stop the filings immediately.
Which itself immediately is not in 5 minutes. That is an engineering task as well, because we work with several vendors, we have electronic filing and so forth. So we're working our way through this.
As you know, amended returns must be filed on paper and mailed to OTR, which is a burden for both taxpayers and OTR staff.
Yes.
Is your office exploring ways to automatically adjust some returns without the taxpayer needing to file an amended return if the congressional disapproval goes through?
We're not sure. These are good questions. I'm not trying to avoid anything. Appreciate how complicated it is to administer this midway through our process. It is unprecedented. So all of your questions are good questions, and we will be as transparent as we can. But at the moment, our team is completely devoted to trying to engineer this reversal, dealing with many of the issues you're describing.
If the disapproval goes through and the district must make changes to our tax code during the current tax season, has OTR created a communication plan to taxpayers, tax preparers, and tax software vendors? And will OTR share that communication with the council?
We will, of course, we'll share it with everybody. We are developing it now.
But you will have to develop a communication.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
We're happy to share it and ask that you be part of it along with the mayor's office, of course.
Is there any issue with whether some of the tax software vendors will continue to participate with the district for this year?
We hope they will. We are reaching out to them because they too will have to amend their processes to reflect current law. And so that is another set of negotiations that has to happen.
I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second.
I'm sorry.
So some of the, I'm thinking like TurboTax.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Intuit, I think is one.
Right. So when
I don't know if you negotiate, I'll use that word, you negotiate with them so that they are able to assist taxpayers during the tax filing season. If all of this has to stop, what happens with them?
Well, they can no longer collect tax returns on our behalf. But most importantly, if they want to continue to partner with the district, they will have to re-engineer their processes to be able to execute current law, the new current law. And each year, we work with these third parties to approve all of their forms and their processes to ensure that it's consistent with law, and we'll have to go through that process again.
Are you confident they'll all participate? Because this is like really messing them up.
What I'm most confident in is my staff and their ability to engineer and re-engineer these systems on a very short time frame. Beyond that, it's difficult to tell, especially working with third parties, what their reaction will be. And I'm not going to predict that.
Could there also be some confusion that it is not at all the district's fault, that everyone in the world, meaning the United States of America, is used to filing federal and local at the same time? Are we going to possibly see where some taxpayers owe federal and they think the deadline's delayed for them too?
Right. So, I have no idea how to predict taxpayer behavior. Another scenario that we have to consider is when people file their federal returns and they're told not to file with us, is how to bring them back in September. Because for those of us who are not fluent in taxes and know your deadlines depend on a preparer or use TurboTax on your own, will you remember in our next filing deadline to file your taxes? So that working with our taxpayers is going to be an enormous lift so that we ensure we have same types of compliance, filing enforcement patterns that we see today.
So in my conversations with you, you're concerned that you want the delayed tax filing to occur this fiscal year. If it's delayed, well, if Congress approves it, it will be delayed. Is it delayed a month? Till May?
No, preliminary estimates are until the late summer, early fall.
I'm sorry, you said it will be delayed until?
Late summer, early fall.
And I think you spoke to this in your testimony, your statement, the impact on cash flow?
Yes. So the majority of income tax is paid either through withholding, which we receive literally 2 or 3 times a month from employers, or quarterly payments from both personal income taxpayers and corporate taxpayers. However, during filing season, we receive net another 400 million, roughly, maybe 500 million. And what we know, if we delay the process, we will not receive those dollars, of course, as we expect in April and early May. It will be received then later in the late summer. And then that means our checkbook is $400 million lighter than it needs to be throughout the summer. Separate from our tax planning is our treasury team is evaluating if that's a problem for us. Next year, after we go through our fund balances, it will be more of a problem than it is this year. I'm a hold comment until my team has forecast again our actual tax flow with this scenario.
So there's no doubt that if the disapproval goes through, it will affect cash flow.
Yes, sir.
If the disapproval goes through, it will delay the tax filing for the district.
Yes.
If the disapproval goes through, taxpayers are going to have to relearn, let me put it this way, there will be confusion over their district processing and possibly even with regard to their federal processing.
And our challenge is to work with taxpayers to minimize that confusion, and we understand that. But it will take a different kind of relationship than we have right now with taxpayers. In the end, they would go online and file, but different kinds of notifications. And part of our plan will require more resources in order to ensure that we have a robust effort in place to work with taxpayers.
Now, I know that you are uncomfortable talking about Wall Street bond rating agencies. You don't like to talk about that in public. But isn't it true that last year, after the issue with the CR, the congressional action with the CR, that the ratings agencies explicitly spoke of congressional interference as a negative factor?
I believe one did. But as you mentioned, I'm not one to predict their behavior moving forward.
Didn't ask you that, but they have in the past commented that
Yes.
congressional actions are a negative factor on our ratings.
To be very specific, what they say is we are not as fully autonomous as other jurisdictions our size, other major cities that may have less direct control by their respective legislatures over their budget and their revenue decisions.
And that is a negative factor.
That can be described as a negative factor by those entities, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Well, that was a sobering conversation. I wish we could sort of bottle that up and send that up to the Hill, but, you know, some senators think they are tax experts when in fact they too rely on their accountants to deal with some of these issues. I could spend more time on that, but I'm going to turn my attention to some of the stuff in the ACFR. I'm sure that some of my other colleagues will ask some further questions about that. I want to start in a conversation about capital investments, if possible. Page 11 of the ACFR noted that we'll fund about $10.7 billion in capital needs through 2030. But it also noted that in the CFO's capital asset replacement scheduling system, CARS, because we love a good acronym, identifies nearly $6 billion in additional unmet needs that are not included in the CIP. Can you give a sense, do you all in your system, the CARS system, break that down by cluster?
Yes.
Okay.
By specific types of activities as well, but even more granular than that.
Okay, so generally speaking, are these, when you unmet capital needs, are we talking about things like roofs, boilers, HVAC, windows? Is this
Vehicles?
vehicle fleet,
All the above.
modernization, all of the above?
Mhm.
Okay. How do you all share that information with DGS? Or do they have a line into the CARS system to sort of understand the replacement schedule?
Go ahead.
We have that information when we do formulation, and we will at times sort of fund at the CARS level. And if there are areas where we don't fund at the CARS level, those are intentional discussions where we're making trade-offs with resource availability. But it is an active discussion formulation by agency.
Okay.
So I was going to say, if I may extend that, I inherited this process, and it is remarkable and far advanced from most every other major jurisdiction in its ability to look at the lifespan of different assets, predict the expenses and timing and outflow needs or payments that are needed over time, that then allows executives and councils or legislatures to adopt a capital plan that's based on analytics. And I'm very proud of what the district has. And to the extent decisions are made that deviate, then that's a discussion for you all to have. But it's a conscious discussion, not random selection.
No, I'm glad that we have this inventory and an ongoing systematic look at these assets. I wish in some cases we stuck closer to the schedule when it comes to roofs, boilers, et cetera. But I know sometimes it just doesn't work in terms of the funding aspect, or we might hold on a small capital project because there's a modernization that is about to occur in the future. I was just asking in terms of curiosity there. I want to switch to property taxes, but talking specifically about commercial property taxes. The ACFR notes that property tax revenue was down by nearly 10 million in comparison to 2024. And that this was attributable primarily to reduced revenues from commercial class 2 properties, particularly office buildings. Later in the ACFR, it notes that the FY26 assessments showed a value decline across all property classes. And I'm trying to get a sense of how we compare to other jurisdictions in this front. Do you have any insight on this?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay. That's fine.
Council member, what I'll say is this is a phenomenon that any major city that has depends on commercial property taxes has been experiencing. I don't know in terms of degree how much we are below or above any
Right.
other jurisdiction, but it is being experienced across the United States.
Okay, so how do we reconcile this dip in property tax valuation with the fact that our FY25 income and deed and recordation taxes and transfers were up? Deed and recordation was up by 25%, deed transfers were up by 19%.
In fact, it's quite consistent in that as property values fall, there will be opportunities for more sales because as the price falls, people see this as an investment opportunity. And so our deed recordation and transfer taxes are they're levied on the transaction, the value of the transaction. So the more transactions you have, then the more you generate revenue.
Yeah.
And if you're comparing it to last year with lower values, more transactions.
More people are selling.
Right.
Okay. And I guess we know a little bit in terms of, I would imagine that Class A trophy buildings are not amongst those that are selling in that high year, but we're talking about, I don't like to call them Class B, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, not on the waterfront, older properties. Are those really the main class that are moving?
What I understand is that what are commonly called trophy buildings, so very high end, are earning more anecdotally from different brokers. They're earning more per square foot than at any time in the district's history, at least modern history. But that inverts as you go down in quality pretty quickly.
Right.
Until the point you do get to Class B, where it's substantially below what owners were earning in 2019,
Yeah.
2020.
So CA, that would suggest that in some of the economic development initiatives, we should be focusing more on those Class B type buildings. And A, trying to keep them in the portfolio, but B, trying to get better, higher uses for those properties.
I would agree, and very often when we were having policy discussions about conversions, typically the private sector entities that were interested were looking at those Class B properties as appropriate for some kind of conversion to residential or something else.
Right. I want to shift to talking about end of year agency balances because I only have about 3 minutes left. Now, CA, you know I don't like to leave money on the table, particularly when it's federal money. I like to spend all of their money every single time, especially if they're going to treat us like a colony every single time. I noticed that DCPS has a local funding balance at the end of fiscal year 25. They had about 24 million left. It was entirely personnel services. What's going on there?
Good afternoon, council member. There's sort of three big drivers that are happening in DCPS. So the largest of the 24 million, it's about 13 million, was due to a late Medicaid accrual that came in at the end of the fiscal year. And then rather than let those funds, kind of lapse, they journaled local funds that had previously been charged over to Medicaid. This is a timing issue. We've actually been working with the CFO and his team to correct this issue going forward, so you won't see that sort of big balance from the Medicaid accrual. Okay. The other two areas were really related to vacancy savings at the school level. We're not able to budget a vacancy savings rate at the individual school level, but we know that they have, natural delays in hiring.
Yep.
So that was about 7 million. And then I think about 5 million was actually related to non-personnel services contracts that were either delayed or sort of as we asked agencies to hold on spending and tighten spending during the freeze. What you saw is a lot of underspending resulting from that across agencies.
So that's local. On the federal side, Department of Employment Services left about $40 million in federal grants unspent in fiscal year 25. Now, obviously, some of these probably have leeway time. You have some time to sort of spend, but 40 million is a lot in terms of carryover. What's happening there?
So that is both a little bit of carryover. It's actually more excess budget authority that we need to reduce. So in a couple different areas, like the budget authority gets loaded and then the grants don't always follow. So that's just something that we continuously work with CFO as we update each year.
And the Department of Behavioral Health had about 19 million in federal dollars unspent as well.
That was not budget authority. That was related to federal grants that they received that carry over from year to year. And we can get you the breakdown of the specific grants.
All right. I don't have enough time for another question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, CFO, city administrator, and others. One of the things I try to do is make sure that we're not so far, or at least myself, not so far in the weeds that I'm disconnected from the reality of the people that we represent, because often people hear our budget discussions, revenue has continued to increase, but they don't feel the difference, and that's something that we need to be conscious of. To that point, something caught me off guard. I wasn't planning to ask about this, but someone on this panel mentioned that traffic enforcement revenue is underperforming, which I find shocking given the number of tickets that people receive in the mail and the amount of those tickets. Can you say more?
Yes, I don't know that I can say more in terms of why it's happening. This is just what we observed when we looked at the cash report. And so that was reflected in our revenue estimate.
How much do we estimate bringing in from traffic enforcement?
So generally, it brings in about 200 million, the automatic traffic enforcement. And it's in that order of magnitude. And so it was not a significant drop compared to the previous year, but it was one of the sources. So the chairman asked about the 100 million that we reported, and it was one of the sources that was underperforming compared to what we had forecasted.
Okay. It seems like the number of those tickets has gone up a lot. How do you predict collections? So traffic enforcement or other collections, how do you build that into the budget?
That's a great question. So we do have access to data showing the performance of various cameras in different locations. And so we work with the respective agencies in terms of looking at those cameras and making a forecast about what we expect based on the past trends and what we expect for this year.
Okay. How has the location or other actions of federal agencies played a role in this forecast? So, whether it's agencies relocating, not renewing leases, how is that looking?
As I
Federal agencies
said, council member, we haven't dug down into what are the factors, and it's hard to know. It will take some time looking back and again looking at which cameras perform and see whether there's some correlation to the question you're asking with whether some agency not being in a certain place has caused that drop. But as of now, we have not done any deeper dive to say that for sure.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm moving on from the cameras.
Okay.
But federal agency relocation or not re-signing leases, how has that impacted the forecast?
So right at the beginning of the development of the 2026 budget, it was right around the time when we had the Department of Government Efficiency operating and making an announcement. We did make a forecast that made a prediction about how many jobs will be lost in the federal government based on what the announcements were. And what I will say is that a big portion of that was to come through the deferred resignation program. And we now have through December employment reports, and much of what we had forecasted has come to pass. Now, in terms of how we built that into our revenue forecast, in our revenue forecast, we realized we would lose revenues from two primary sources: individual income tax from residents or district residents who are employed in the federal government, and people just spending less because with less income. And with that, we forecasted about 300 million a year from 2026 through the end of our financial period. About 3% of our local source revenue we would lose that. So that was built into the forecast of the budget that was built for 2026 and through the financial plan period. Since then, we did revise both in June. We realized we were getting more revenues from some of the sources that the CFO mentioned, capital gains and corporate earning, and we revised up the 2025 and the June estimate, and then in September for the rest of the financial plan. So some of the impact that we did predict starting in February was mitigated by the fact that some other revenue sources, namely capital gains and corporate earnings, are performing better than we expected. So overall, we still have a net loss of revenue compared to where we were in February, but it is just not as big as we had forecasted because of the other sources.
One of the other things that surprised me was what I think is an increase in income taxes, which surprised me given just the number of people I know who have lost their jobs because they work for the federal government or tangentially related to the federal government, and the amount of commercial vacancy. How can we understand this increase in business and individual income taxes?
Right. So if you look at our forecast, we are in fact forecasting lower district resident wages, and based on that, lower withholding taxes as a result of those layoffs. However, it is made up to some extent from the fact that we are seeing record level of capital gains. These are capital gains taxes. These are part of our income tax that's derived from the performance of the stock market. And if you look at the stock market, it has been going up and up and up.
Mm-hmm.
So that explains the paradox that you're referring to, that people are losing and we are losing revenues from the withholding part of our personal income tax, but we're also gaining from the fact that capital gains are doing much better than we had expected.
Okay. Obviously, we need to look and scrutinize not only spending, but also tax expenditures. And one of the things I've been very interested in and actively working on for the 9 years I've been on the council is incentivizing downtown office conversions. And we've increased that, especially since COVID. Have these investments at this point affected the financial outlook for our commercial real estate market? Has it taken enough of the edge off of the vacancies, commercial vacancies, to start to have an impact on our revenue? Or
not so far, we haven't seen the impact on our revenue. And one thing just to clarify, so whenever there are market transactions for this year, it takes 2 years to be reflected just because of the system. We have to send out assessment and so on. And one, if you want, kind of bright spot we've seen, we subscribe to CoStar that tells us what's happening in the market. And in previous forecasts, they were predicting that our vacancy rate would rise to as much as 26%.
Mm-hmm.
In their latest forecast, they're saying it might be just 19%. We're at 18% now, so we're reaching the peak. So that may be a positive in that either because there are more conversions or there are more occupancy that's happening. So that's a positive, that things seem to be trending the right way. So we're still a long way from 11% vacancy rate pre-pandemic to where we are now, but at least the forecast is not for it to go to 26% as was previously the forecast.
And with my last few seconds, on opportunities for efficiencies, are you seeing any specific trends that raise concerns for the district's long-term financial stability? I know like spending, but are you able to drill down at all?
What huge advantage the district has is the need to develop a four-year budget. And not only the current year, which is what you spend most of the time on, but the 3 years afterwards, because that, more than anything, provides opportunities for both the executive as well as the council to look at long-term trends, to figure out, to provide the same fire service from a fire station, for example, 3 years from now, if that's part of the budget, what's the cost increase over that time period? I think that process we go through and that attribute is the perfect vehicle to evaluate cost trends and understand whether there's particular things that are problematic or not. Stepping back, my concern primarily is on the economic side. It's our major employers reducing their footprint by up to 20%. We're still struggling with post-COVID remote work, hybrid work, and therefore a collapse in the demand for sub-trophy buildings. Those are the things that I think move the needle more than looking at individual expense and estimating whether it's growing too quickly or not. But the beauty of the budget process is it allows you to do that and ask the executive, well, why does this cost me 3 times more 2 years from now than it does right now? So I hope that's helpful.
It is. So, I mean, it sounds like one of the things we need to do is say, okay, over the next 4 years, how do we reduce vacancy downtown, like commercial vacancy? Otherwise, we're going to be going around the circle for quite some time.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna jump right in. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I saw that the general fund balance declined in FY 2025. Can you explain what were the top drivers and what does that imply for the mid-year budget flexibility for 2026?
No, the fiscal year 25 was based on an assumption of using fund balances.
Okay.
And as we stated before, we anticipate in the financial plan that we'll use another $1.8 billion in fund balances over the next 2 years to pay for current operations. And then afterwards, the financial plan then is in balance with our revenues. These fund balances are from accumulated surpluses over several years. And they are not committed to or part of the reserves that we have set aside for a variety of purposes. They're uncommitted resources. You can think of it that way, that have accumulated over years because of annual surpluses.
And I think that we have to maintain a certain level of money in the reserve to keep our strong financial state as far as our bond rating and things like that. What's the district's plan to avoid using the reserves for recurring expenses?
In the four-year financial plan, the use of reserves, not reserves, I'm sorry, the use of surpluses are go away by about year 2, 2.5. And what that means is that this year and next year, there's a larger use of surpluses, but beyond that, more or less the budget is on a sustainable basis based on the appropriations that are presumed in the financial plan.
What would you say, you talked about revenues, what revenue streams are most vulnerable to an economic downturn as far as like income taxes, sales tax, business tax, and what would trigger a recession if we ever get to that point?
Well, it depends on the type of downturn, but first and foremost, if there's a large reduction in employment from our employers, and that's what we're experiencing right now with the federal government. And so in effect, we're expecting our economy to contract this year, a recession, if you will. but we really don't see a recovery from that. It's slow growth thereafter. And it's driven by our largest employers substantially reducing the number of jobs they have here in the district. That's probably the number one issue. Number two is if we have strong reduction or a significant reduction in the capital markets, in particular, the values of stocks and bonds that either companies or in particular individuals own. If those values go down dramatically, that is largely related to a larger financial recession, if you will, and that will lead to a downturn in our revenues as well.
Thank you.
Those are two things.
I remember about 2 years ago, we talked about there are a lot of companies not renewing their leases downtown, and how this is going to have a long-term effect on our revenues. Where are we with that now as far as those potential taxes not coming in and people are going, I know some people went to Virginia, other places locally in this region, instead of coming to DC downtown. What's the impact of that on our budget?
I think my colleague, Mr. Lee, just indicated that we expect the amount of property that's not receiving lease income to reach roughly 19%. And that's actually better than we anticipated 2 years ago. The common expectation was that the amount of property that was not receiving lease income at all, office space, was going to reach about 25 to 27%. So we perceive that we're at the bottom of the market and now it's up to property owners and investors to sort out uses of facilities that seem to be are not used completely. And that can be anything from conversions to a different kind of office user to residential properties and whatnot. That's really for developers and capital to investors to decide.
Yeah, I saw a groundbreaking, I believe, with the mayor, some investors with converting office building into an apartment building. Don't know the logistics of that, but I know that was part of one of the ways to fix it. I don't know if that's going to fix it, but in your previous comment, you talked about the stock market, and I think I saw that we had an increase of about 13% increase in revenues because of corporate tax supported by the stock market gains. Do we think this is going to continue?
Both. That was the driver of that large growth. Both of those. Both corporate earnings as well as strong capital performance. So that would be stocks, bonds, and other kinds of capital. Yes, sir.
Do you think there were any changes in the law, federal policies, local policies that led to this increase at all?
There is an enormous amount of investment being diverted into all things associated with artificial intelligence firms. And it's commonly thought right now that the boom in the stock and bond markets has to do with a lot of investments in that specific small sector of the economy that's quickly growing.
Gotcha. There's a chart on slide 11 and notes the debt services escrow of $541.4 million, representing 11% of the general fund. Are there any, warning signs, recommendations that you will offer for FY27, including the capital budget as it's been developed?
Well, what the important guideline to capital spending is an amount such that when we borrowed for the capital spending, the debt service or the payments that we have to make on the borrowings does not exceed 12% of the general fund budget. And in addition, we publish an analysis of the state of the capital stock for the district, whether it's streets or bridges or roofs or buildings, and estimate over the next several years, how much of that needs to be replaced. And then it's up to the mayor's office and you all to decide how to allocate then the limited amount of money available for capital spending across the different needs, both what we describe as well as other needs that you may identify.
Thank you for that. You shared that the real property taxes declined about 0.8%, primarily due to commercial properties. How are we doing as far as revenue from our residential properties?
So right now, revenues from residential properties continue to grow, and it has buffered somewhat the downturn that we're seeing in the office market. So residential is helping to, just offset the declines that we're seeing in office market.
And can somebody walk me through what's our potential outcome of converting those office buildings to apartment buildings? What's the thought process in getting that revenue from there? Because that'd be helpful for me, because I know that's a conversation the mayor had and worked through some of it already. But I quite don't understand how do we convert and how we're going to get it to the level where it's equal to a commercial building.
I'm not sure what the economics are with the specific conversions. Perhaps the executive who's working on supporting some of these conversions through their economic development office has thoughts.
Hello, Councilmember White. Just very briefly, there is an application process that developers do to access essentially a tax abatement that gives them an incentive to pay for the cost of converting a commercial building into a residential building. And the value we want to see from a tax standpoint is very often these are older commercial buildings that are vacant. And when they convert to residential, it prompts the ability to tax the income of the individuals who live there and spurs sales tax spending as well. But there are often buildings that really are not contributing to our tax base because they often will sit vacant. And therefore, the value of that building from a commercial property tax standpoint has declined substantially from pre-COVID.
Are you referring to shopping in the area close to the building? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are you referring to them using their dollars to shop locally in and around the building? How would that contribute? You said
It's both the ability to tax the income because they're residents, and yes, the fact that they would be in a position to be able to shop locally.
Thank you. I'll come back. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. This is a whole day of where are we now? And so I have some questions that relate as much to the morning as to the afternoon. I just want to make sure I understand. There was the bar charts that showed what our revenues were and what it would take to stay on business as usual. So for FY27, in the September revenue estimate and the December, it was 11 billion in revenues. And then there's around 300 million that's in the reserve funds that will be used going forward. So that's the 11.3. Then there's a delta in the one bar chart of 1.15 billion, which is what it would take to do business as usual, which means anything that was one-time funded in FY26 is funded in FY27. And it takes into account the inflation, the anticipated inflation, including in our costs. Does that capture it?
Yes, and it's really the fund balance that it elevates our spending this year above the amount of revenues we're collecting this year.
Got you.
Versus sort of a reserve, one of the 4 official reserves.
Yeah, I used the wrong words. I want to keep it moving. So, and that also assumes that the decoupling gets undone. But if we succeed in preserving the decoupling, that would add around 150 million. And that would shrink that 1.15, right? If the February revenue estimate comes in higher, that would also shrink that 1.15. On the reserves, we're up to 100% except for where we're at 98%. and the 98% is 27.4 is what it would take to fill it. Those are the maximums, right? Do we have the capacity to use dollars in the reserve funds? And what's the minimum? And I'm not saying we go to the minimum, but I want to understand what that accordion looks like.
So first of all, the two federal reserves have a particular purpose, and it's hard to include in this analysis.
Okay.
The key issue is the two district reserves, cash flow and fiscal stabilization. In the end, their primary purpose is to deal with our cash flow. And what I mean by that is that while our expenses generally are pretty level across the year, although there's some that are early that we're adjusting, our revenue is very cyclical, in particular around property tax collection points. Right before you get to the revenue collection, the heavy revenue months, we have a deficit. We run a substantial deficit intra-year that eats up a large portion of this resource.
So, and I did this this morning and sort of, I'm trying to figure out where there might be flexibility, but I have a feeling that this is one of those places where if we tried to reduce it, you might say, no, I need that money for cash flow purposes, and I'd be loath to certify a budget that dug into that because I'm concerned about cash flow.
Yeah, and think about a good example out of the blue is the decoupling and the implementation on that. Suddenly that, if we had to live in that kind of circumstance again, these two together is not enough to handle our.
No, I hear you, and I don't want to debate it. I'm just trying to understand the landscape. And part of the landscape is you would be loath to let us touch that. So that's clarity, which is what I was looking for. On the business as usual, last year, did we contribute to the pension funds and the other funds, or did we have zero contribution? Because that's a thing that could come out of the business as usual, because I don't see, correct me, but I don't see a need to contribute to those funds in FY26.
No, you need to. You need to contribute because effectively at every payroll, those people who are in the system earn more benefits. And so you have to pay into the system to ensure that their new benefits are funded.
But would you pay into the system in a way that crested you further over 100%, or would you take into account that?
There is an automatic, thank you for that question. There's an automatic stabilizer in that sense, in that every year the retirement system has an actuarial analysis that determines whether or not there's too much money or not enough, and then determines how much the district needs to pay into the system in order to sustain the program. And so rates are adjusted, contribution amounts are adjusted from year to year.
And we talked about this last year, and like there's a snapshot. Part of what's happening, the stock market has gone crazy, and I get it that there's smoothing, but it has to be lowering what we would anticipate needing to contribute.
Typically, yes. Yes, when you're over 100%, usually the next actuarial analysis will have you incrementally lower your contribution, but you still need to make contributions.
But when I compare business as usual, I'm going to expect seeing smaller there than we had in FY26.
I'm not sure. There are several factors that determine what's in that contribution, including the overall inflation or COLA adjustments you're providing to your workers that can be driving the contribution up a little bit as well.
So a different thing, you went to the bond market today and you said that you came in range. And so that range, when did you establish that range? Because if you were establishing an interest rate range last week, I think your interest rate range would be lower than an interest rate range that you established last year when you formulated the budget.
Right.
So when did you formulate it, and how
So-
does it compare to what you built the budget on?
I have a cheeky answer, but bear with me. It's really depends on your.
I really don't like bearing with you, but go ahead.
It depends on the time horizon. We have to make an assumption about interest rates for the full financial plan. And so there are estimates of what our debt service will cost with various scenarios of the CIP that we predict 3-4 years out and beyond. By the time we get ready to go to the market, our financial analysts and our teams are evaluating what is a transaction we can accept or not. So that's a different estimate. The time horizon is 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. And so on the margin, you're making an estimate right before you go to market of what you can accept.
Yeah, but then how I am going to expect that estimate that you had when you went to market is lower than the estimate you used a year ago when you formulated the need for debt service because interest rates were.
I don't know, but we're happy to
Okay.
provide that information. And
okay. On the schedule of unmet capital needs, is that a document that is published somewhere?
it's on our website.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could have somebody email that to me.
Please.
Yep. I will want to look at that. You talked about the underspending, and I'm going to come back in the second round to ask about some specific underspending things, but you talked about underspending on your chart, I think, calculated at the end of the year, I think, and this is a thing that in the hearings on underspending, we talked about a fair amount, that it looks like things line up, but that's because reprogrammings have come.
Mm-hmm.
How does the underspending look compared to the budget as passed?
So we publish in the budget when it's passed the current year revised expectations of appropriations and expenditures. So in effect, when you pass the budget this year, we will publish a new look at what fiscal year 26 will look like based on the supplemental that you passed for 26 and other adjustments.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we've had some frustration about, is that it's incorporating these adjustments when we think, okay, we pass a budget in the spring and the supplement, and then it changes, and then we measure how much the under or overspending is against the post reprogramming, that doesn't tell us, how does it compare to what we appropriated and expected?
The supplemental is an appropriation, so it's an amendment to the approved budget. So that is your actions. Those are your actions. And so it is a relevant point in time, to your point, of the last council action relative to the budget.
Except for that, and now stop, but you say that this is at the end of the fiscal year, and there have been other movements after the supplemental, and it's
Some of the reprograms.
that masks the difference between what we did in the supplemental and the underspending. All right, thank you very much.
Council member, if I could just add, in the ACFR, they also do publish the original budget. So it's not how we calculate underspending, but it is possible to calculate. They do publish both the original and the revised, so that you could look at it that way as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Crawford?
Mr. Lee, you stated that the income tax revenue increase was in part supported by investments in artificial intelligence, and then later you said artificial intelligence firms. Is that like OpenAI?
I mean that collectively as investment opportunities for all businesses.
Okay.
And the entire ecosystem that is now quickly growing to support AI use. And so that's both software firms, different physical plants, and so forth. But that is thought to be the leading reason why the capital markets are doing well, is the amount of money that's coming into them, investments for that purpose.
So when you're looking at the economic outlook for DC, are you taking into consideration just the regional conversation around AI and data centers and what that looks like? No?
No, so the AI benefits the district indirectly. So what the CFO was referring to when Councilmember Trent White asked him about how does the stock market affects our revenue, what he was saying, a lot of the stock market performance to date has been driven by these AI investments. And to the extent that you're getting higher stock market value, for district residents who are invested in those companies, it generates capital gains, as well as some of those firms are actually located here. And to the extent that they're making profits worldwide, anywhere, the way we apportion their income, we look at their worldwide income and apportion some of it to the district. And so to the extent that they're benefiting from the AI boom, we also generate taxes here. So it's not so much about the local performance, the performance of local firms here, as it is things that are derived from how they're performing nationally or even internationally.
Mr. Donahue or Ms. Reed, do you have any thoughts on just AI data centers and how you're thinking about it, given we hear about it a lot at the council? So
There's two ways I think about it. One is sort of the recognition that we need to diversify our economy. As an economy, we have certainly the most concentrated dependence on a single industry of any city in the country, even more than Detroit on the auto industry, that we have historically relied upon the federal government and private entities associated with the federal government. So it's vitally important that we think about how we diversify our economy, and we look at technology as one avenue, recognizing the growth that it's going through. So I think from a growth agenda standpoint, it's very important for us to think about how can we benefit from the flourishing of technology and AI that's happening in the region. From a data center standpoint, there's another way we look at it, which is the presence of data centers is a large contributor to driving up our electric bills for residents and as a government. So we also look at it from the standpoint of cost control, which is that what can we do as a government to be able to control the inflationary pressure from the data centers on the cost of our own electricity purchases.
thank you. That's really helpful. And then still on tax, how much of the growth in non-withholding and corporate tax collections do you consider one-time or volatile versus a sustained trend?
No, that's a great question. So when we forecast the revenue, we look at how the stock market or the financial markets, for that matter, performance for this year. So the way our income taxes work, whatever you earn in the current year, you will pay taxes on that in the following year. In fact, that's the revenue flow to us in the next year. So when we see like now the stock market is booming, we do have it's a leading indicator for us because the boom in the stock market now is going to affect next fiscal year's revenue. However, when we do the forecast, we always recognize those as one time. We do, over the long run, look at average performance of the stock market over a longer time frame than just next year. So what that does is insulates us from one of the things that Councilmember Trent White asked about was what could cause deterioration in our revenue. And we are cognizant that this is one place where you can get very quick downturn that's quickly reflected in our revenue. So we're very conservative when we make the forecast, and we treat booms that are happening now as one time. And if you look at our forecast for how the S&P 500, which is our benchmark for the stock market performance, we do have it falling in the subsequent years and then growing over the longer time according to the average of the stock market performance.
Okay, and then if I remember correctly, there was a change that the CFO made to better collect corporate tax collections. Is that right? Or am I misremembering that? I thought I remember.
Change in how we administer.
To improve tax collections in this area. Am I misremembering that?
can't remember what
I
the change.
Okay.
was.
Remember.
Thought I remember that from a prior revenue estimate.
We can talk more about it. Maybe we can collectively remember exactly what you're thinking
Okay.
about it or
Mhm.
something we've done. So yes,
Okay.
please.
And then just looking ahead, what conditions for both the city administrator and OCFO do you believe need to occur for the district to begin generating surpluses again beyond the reserve requirements?
I'll start. It does, we need to make sure we have a growth agenda that can generate sustainable revenue. So I'll phrase it in my own non-technical terms, is that relying upon capital gains is a bit of a sugar high. Like it can pass. The most fundamental metric we have for driving revenue is residents who are employed. They pay income taxes, property taxes, very often. They spend locally and they drive sales taxes. And those big three are fundamentally what drives long-term economic growth. So we do have an opportunity, given that the stock market is providing revenues to us higher than what those big three are providing, to be able to really continue a transition of our economy to a much more diversified economic base. And I think that's a really important, as much as we debated spending this morning, and we should and will as the budget goes forward, as important as how we fund programs is how we grow our top line. And that ought to be as much part of the debate as anything else.
May I add that in North America in general, between about 1999 and 2020, when COVID started, there was a fundamental demographic shift of relatively younger people wanting to live in city cores. And so as a CFO over much of that time period, my colleagues and I were benefiting with surpluses simply because so many people wanted to move into a city core. Companies began moving operations into city core to take advantage of this population. And as a result of those two things, all tax revenues were up, property tax, income tax, and so forth. That lasted, there was a severe disruption during the COVID year, 2020, but we recovered very quickly. But what COVID did is it stopped that growth, that trim, that demographic shift. And that's seen all through the country. And probably a core of that is the expectation for people to be in an office environment nationally is not what it was. On average, the occupancy of buildings here or in most other major cities on any given day is about 55%, 60%. That's a massive shift. And so it's hard to imagine replicating that very important demographic development that occurred in the aughts and the teens moving forward. And that's the secret sauce of economic development. What is it we can do in this region? Diversify the economy, create a new enthusiasm about being in a downtown environment as an employer and employee. That's the key from my perspective. But we have gone through a sea change in North America.
If I could just quickly add, I think to the CA and the CFO's point, we want to really focus on driving the growth so that we can capture it and formulate it in real time with the growth agenda. We don't want to have big year-end surpluses because that means something happened throughout the year that we weren't counting on. The CFO explained why we have seen that post-COVID, but we really want to drive that future growth so that we can count on it.
Thank you. That's a fair point. Thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. CFO, I want to come to you first. We know that the mayor's budget is based on those February revenue estimates that everyone's awaiting. Given congressional action, which we're not certain where it will land, can you speak to how your team is planning to actually produce the revenue estimates? What assumptions are being made One thing that comes to mind is the delay that you're speaking about, where tax season may be delayed 4 to 5 months. That also means tax collections will be delayed. And so you're being forced to make estimates without a certainty about how the population will react to this confusion.
That adds a lot of volatility, but I wanted to make one point clear. In our prior September forecast, we did incorporate the effects of OB3A on our own revenue stream. And so in effect, it's part of the base, but that was offset by an increase in income taxes as we described because of corporate earnings and capital gains. So if the joint resolution passes, our forecast doesn't change relative to OB3A because it's already incorporated. If it doesn't pass, then there are more resources, and that'll be part of the February forecast.
I guess my concern is more what happens if the collections don't meet
Right.
the anticipated target?
So that does bring volatility to the revenue stream. And as I mentioned earlier, one thing that we have to work very hard to avoid is taxpayers not filing at the same rate that they normally do because of the different date. And that's understandable that taxpayers may approach paying their district taxes, doing their filing differently because it's not coupled to the federal filing deadline. How that will impact the actual total amount of revenue we expect is the hard call to make. And I know Mr. Lee's team is working very hard to try to understand that.
Understood. The ACFR describes the district's automated and manual controls as providing strong budgetary control, yet agencies we know are routinely overspending. Can you speak to how you're independently verifying that these controls are actually operating effectively across government? And how can those two things coexist? That we have these controls that the ACFR is saying are strong, yet we're seeing routine overspending.
I think the word control can have a couple different meanings. In that particular case, we're talking about actual financial transactions, that there's enough oversight built into the system and verification that the transaction is executed properly. That, Ms. Williams can add to that, but that is the notion of control in the context of the ACFR. Do we have processes in place such as the expense or revenue being processed correctly as intended and recorded properly in our.
When I hear control, I would want that to mean that the agency is spending what has been allotted.
The other kind of interpretation of that word is overall, I mean, all those transactions might be executed perfectly. So
That's right.
our accounting colleagues are saying it's all good, but the question you're saying is, how do we monitor whether spending trends are out of line relative to the appropriation?
And I'm not hearing a direct answer there, but for the sake of time, I want to say in fiscal year 24, overspending hovered above $300 million according to the auditor's assessment. We said in a breakfast today where the estimated overspending was projected at $175 million for this coming budget cycle. Where did we end in terms of overspending last year?
As we are showing here in the ACFR, all of the the spending was for the general fund was less than the total appropriations by the end of the year, by about $112 million. All to say that you can look at any point in time and compare spending relative to what you expect at that point in time and come out with a different answer. The key here, I think this is the key point you're asking about, is we do have a variety of spending analysis and monitoring processes that culminate in quarterly reports that we make available that identify where department spending trends are out of line with the appropriations. And that's the kind of control that you're describing. And we are meeting with several of your colleagues about what the current analyses are showing. And that's effectively how we monitor spending to then encourage program managers or the CA's office to keep an agency from overspending its appropriation.
Connected to that, we expect agencies will explain spending variances greater than about 5% up to a dollar amount, and propose corrective actions. And can you speak to how your office holds agencies accountable? What are the enforcement mechanisms as they are producing those documents? And how do we know that what is being projected is actually what's materializing? And I don't mean to lean in as heavily on you per se,
Oh, no.
but we know that annually this is a routine issue. We're sitting through a breakfast where everyone's saying we have to tighten our belts, and I agree, we need to do that. But annually, we still see agencies overspending. Snowmageddon happen, and so some of that may come as just a matter of circumstance. But what I'm trying to get at is how do we tighten our internal controls? I'm using it based on my interpretation,
Right.
so that we can move us in the right direction.
I believe strongly it's engagement. So first of all, let's talk about our organization. As you know, a large portion of our staff are embedded with departments and are the everyday partners with the executive and program managers. And there's a constant back and forth about spending and evaluation spending trends and working with departments to try to rein in spending. That is a constant dialogue. It then moves up to the CA's office and our budget director's office to resolve situations where departments can't seem to manage within a limit. And then it is up to, in the end, the CA's office and the executive to decide whether they want to reprogram to deal with the issue or take very specific steps with the agency to keep them under their appropriations, at or under their appropriations. The point is we're heavily engaged on a daily basis, monitoring and working with
I
program
trust
managers.
that. I trust that you all are. I just don't see the accountability. We're being asked and we're being held accountable. I'm not seeing that agencies are being taken to task for routinely overspending. And I see the city administrator wants to jump in here.
I don't agree with the premise of the statement, which is that people aren't held accountable. There is daily and regular interactions with the CFO and agency level. We do routinely engage with agencies when we see overspending trajectories. We do make adjustments throughout the year. So that's part of, there are variables that we try to predict. Then sometimes they end up being different than what we predicted. I would just have a cautionary tale to the whole council on this question of overspending. If the intent of the budget formulation is to sort of react to not wanting overspending, we will fundamentally overall will wind up putting too much budget into different programs. We have a net underspending at the end of the year. So when it all washed out, we had a little bit of surplus in that. So if there's going to be if it's going to be seen as a failure of management versus we make adjustments throughout the year, the resulting effect will be much larger year-end surpluses and higher levels of funding than is really needed to be able to run a program. And I would just caution against that.
I would also add, council member, just that it does seem like when we talk about overspending, and certainly we need to make sure that we're being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, it does seem to only apply to some agencies and some types of programs. At the very same breakfast that we had this morning, I heard the council asking us to spend more on childcare because there was more demand for it. And so that would be overspending based on the budget. There was talk about a contingency list that is beyond what is budgeted, right? So I think we need
Respectfully,
to
the
talk
contingency
about
list is budgeted.
I think we need to talk about what we really mean when we're saying over budgeting or overspending, because it doesn't seem to apply across the board.
Okay, thank you. I'm at time. I just would say on principle, again, we hear the narrative that we need to tighten our belts as a government. And I know you all are working, and I'm not trying to impinge anyone's day job, but like if we're asking residents to go without, if we're taking and cutting back programs, if we're saying families are now going to be on a wait list for a child care subsidy, if we're continuing to roll back for residents, I think it's reasonable for us to say we can be a little harsher on government to rein in the ropes a bit so that we can better account and better budget. That does not mean that we're not making progress and people aren't working really hard. So I hope you take that with the intention it was meant. And thank you all for your testimony.
You've stimulated a response from me. So I don't think that's an accurate hearing that some members were saying, depending upon the program, we want you to overspend. I would say the correct answer, for instance, with the child care subsidy is we want to properly budget. And there will be a supplemental budget for FY26, and that will be an opportunity to properly budget. I don't think any member in that room said we want you to overspend. Spend more on child care subsidy? Yes. Meet demand? Yes, although maybe we have to adjust that a bit. So I'm not sure. Members were saying whatever the demand is, but I did not hear anybody say, yes, we want you to overspend what we budget.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think that when we are hearing from council members, when we reformulate the budget and send a supplemental, we are correcting for agencies in terms of seeing additional service demands, unforeseen circumstances. So we are doing precisely what you just said, but it's called overspending for us. And now it's called proper budgeting for childcare, when in fact the demand for the service is beyond what was forecasted when the budget was formulated.
Well, maybe you're being a little too sensitive. When you send the supplemental, maybe in a moment of peak, I might say it's to cover overspending. On the other hand, you're reminding me of some of those FRPs where there was definitely overspending, and the answer to the overspending was, well, we'll just adjust it through a supplemental, which wasn't good. I mean, it depends on what the program is. Child care subsidy is broadly supported, and it is under budgeted. And the budget needs to be increased for it. I wouldn't characterize that overspending, and I don't think it would be appropriate to not increase the budget, but spend the $130 million that's necessary, because I would call that overspending. Don't want to belabor this. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CFO Lee, picking up where I left off during the last witnesses. A year ago, projections suggested federal layoffs of up to 40,000 employees and a potential $300 million hit to the district's economy. Now, based on the annual comprehensive financial report, that impact did not materialize. Could you speak to why and whether this reflects our economic resilience or simply a delay in the fiscal impact?
I'd like Dr. Lee to describe exactly what's happening with the economy and employment numbers, and then we'll answer your more global questions.
Sure. Thanks for the question, council member. So last February, when we did the forecast, we did, as I mentioned earlier, we were looking at the announcements about federal layoffs. And yes, we did project that over the financial plan, we were looking at about 40,000 federal workers that would lose their jobs. In the December report, we're up to 30,000 already. Just a big chunk of that came with the deferred resignation program that was implemented at the end of September. And we saw that in the October, November, and December months. So that is proceeding according to, it's in line with what we estimated. In terms of the impact on the revenue, when we did forecast in February, only a small portion of that was projected to happen in 2025, which is what the ACFR is reporting on. We had only about 22 million. And as I have described, since then, when we saw the April collections and estimated payments, things turned out much better, not because people were not being laid off. We did see a slowing in terms of our withholding payments, but the non-withholding part of our income taxes, which is based on financial market performance, that was doing better than expected. So overall, I would say we're doing a little better than we said in February, primarily because we're seeing greater revenues from the non-withholding part of our income taxes as well as corporate earnings. But we never thought the 300 million would hit in 2025 because we recognized that the deferred resignation program was going to be the bulk of the action. And as I said, we're in this fiscal year and we're monitoring that, and we have seen, at least on the withholding part of our income tax, we're seeing that impact right now.
Copy. Now, the ACFR also showed the district remains physically stable today. As the CFO, Mr. Lee, how would you classify the district's current financial conditions? Would you say it's strong? Would you say it's stable? Or would you say it's...
Our financial condition as of the end of fiscal year 25 is strong.
Why?
But because our reserves are filled, our most importantly is a pension system is fully funded. And so there's not a lot more money we have to put into the system. And in addition, our capital needs are maintained at a 12%, a logical amount of debt service. In other words, a portion of our budget that goes toward debt service and capital is generally reasonable and sustainable. The issue for the district, the challenge of the district is how our revenues are going to grow at a much slower pace because of the contraction in employment as we're estimating. That's our challenge moving forward. Today we're strong, but in order to maintain our financial strength, we have to deal with the reality of us very much a slowing, contracting economy, which will lead to very slow revenue growth. And all of that is embedded in the financial plan that was adopted.
Now, this morning, the city administrator kind of talked briefly about the out years in FY28 and FY29. And I recognize that short-term stability does not always guarantee long-term sustainability. Mr. CFO, could you elaborate more on what concerns you most about the district's financial outlook over the next 3 to 5 years?
I think it's hard to adapt to a slow growth economy and therefore revenue growth that's slow. While it's embedded in the financial plan that has been adopted, you all saw from this morning how difficult it is to actually execute the plan that you've adopted. And so fiscal year 27 is really a crunch year because it's where we're now having less accumulated surpluses to spend than we do this year. And it'll be very difficult for all of you to come to consensus. And I very much respect that. That's the first. The second is, honestly, it's the volatility of the issues and the times we're in. 3 weeks ago, the joint resolution that addresses OB3A was not on our radar screen, or at least it wasn't mine. There was a lot of other things we were worried about. And now it appears that it's destined to pass. We'll see. If it does, that certainly changes my organization's focus for the next 2 years completely. The question is, what's next? What is another volatile moment? And I think that's, colleagues of mine around the country would say the same. The volatility of our times are very difficult to manage.
No, thank you for that. CFO or the city administrator, one of you two can chime in on this question. Now, some recent financial strengths reflect one-time or non-recurring revenues. Could you speak to how much of our current financial position depends on revenues that will not repeat? And how does that shape future budget decisions?
I'll sort of start, and certainly from a technical standpoint, I rely upon CFO Lee. So it's a little bit like a household receiving sort of a one-time bonus in your salary, or maybe a cash infusion of some kind, but you still have an underlying income. And so there's a question of what do you do with that? And so we had the choice of expending it quickly in the year we had it, or trying to spread it out over time, with the thought that our natural income, or in our case, our revenue growth, would increase each year to the point where the drop off in the fund balance wouldn't really be felt. Then we had the shock wave of DOGE, which took a significant cut, and the second shock wave of a tax change at the federal level, blunting the effect of increased capital gains and business income. So if DOGE hadn't happened, if the OB3A bill hadn't happened, those would have combined for probably $600 million or more in recurring revenue growth. So we wouldn't have had as steep a cliff. So we tried to spread it out, and we had two shock waves that we weren't expecting. That has resulted, instead of a pretty seamless transition from fund balance to organic revenue growth, we had a much steeper cliff. And that's why we see the delta that you saw this morning between this year and next year.
Now, capital needs continue to grow while resources tighten. Mr. City Administrator, could you speak to how does the district balance protecting its credit rating with the need to invest in infrastructure, schools, and other transportation projects?
We certainly try to maximize the amount of capital investment that we can put into it by maximizing our debt service that is allowed to be spent each year. The CFO's team has done an outstanding job. I like to give them credit whenever I'm here in refinancing effectively that allows for us to have more capital dollars for every dollar of debt service we spend. So we have more money available to put into our capital assets for the same amount of debt service because of the creative and effective work of the team. Then we prioritize based on this CARS model, which is literally a database that shows capital needs. And our default is usually to follow what the model suggests depreciation. And when we don't have the ability to, for funding issues, we try to make sure we put the maintenance of, we put our capital dollars, particularly for small capital work, in areas where we can maintain the usability of the asset. Typically, the largest categories where we have a delta, and this was asked earlier, in our assets is actually typically fire and police stations. We have a backlog of schools, but a pace list and aggressive funding. But fire and police stations are actually the assets that have the largest delta between what the system says they need and what we've been able to put into our plan.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Louis George.
Yeah, I want to pick up where you just left off. The ACFR does point to significant long-term capital needs across district facilities and infrastructure, with more needs identified than current funding available. From the OCFO's standpoint, are we starting to see a gap between what agencies are identifying as capital needs and what the district can realistically afford to finance over time?
I wouldn't characterize it as a trend right now, but you're right. In the last report, there's more of a gap.
Yeah.
And I think there's just so many factors at play. It's hard to get CIP projects done. They're more expensive for a variety of reasons that were outlined earlier. And so let's wait a year or two in our assessments before we say there's a chronic problem, a trend here that's difficult.
Gotcha. Let me ask you this. Are we getting close to limits of what we can responsibly take on from a debt capacity standpoint? And should we expect that to constrain future facility investments?
We are at our debt capacity in the sense of inherent in your budgeting is to commit 12% of the budget roughly to debt service. And so we build a capital plan around the bond proceeds that come from the fact that you over the years have budgeted for that full amount of debt service. So the question is whether that's enough bond proceeds to be able to support in the longer run the capital needs. And what I was saying is I'm not ready to say that there's a chronic problem yet.
What does that mean for example, DC jail?
I'd like the CA to answer it. Jail?
Sure. Council members, so there's a couple things that we want to keep in mind in the CIP. So one is that every new CIP we do adds a new year of borrowing, right? So we do continue to have new capacity for projects. We are very fortunate in that the two things have happened. Both the revenue forecasts have improved and the OCFO has done some refinancing. That has opened up more capacity than we initially thought we had. So as we're looking at formulating this year's budget, it will depend on what the February revenue estimate ultimately shows. But we do have capacity to take on additional needs. I think that what we also need to be mindful of is there's only so much we can do in a given year. So we do have to space out. That's why you see us only do so many schools per year, fire station per year. But we do have the ability to take on additional facility improvement, additional fleet improvement across the board.
And my follow-up question to that would be, as we look across schools, rec centers, other public buildings like fire stations and police stations, we know a lot of our facilities are aging at the same time. The demands on them are increasing. How confident are you all from the city administrator's office and budget office that the district has a strong centralized picture of facility conditions and a long-term maintenance needs across agencies and not just by project by project?
Yeah, so the CARS system that the CFO team developed is really the best tool for us to have that comprehensive look. So all of the agencies have access to their own CARS data and they get reports from it. We continually work with the CFO to continue to refine the methodology for how things are scored to make sure that we're capturing like the most accurate data.
Okay.
But we have that complete citywide view reports from CARS showing us which things need to be improved. We also, through DGS, as you know, fund facility condition assessments.
That's right.
And we have a cadence for how we assess schools, recs, libraries, municipal facilities. So we're keeping up with regular assessments at, I think it's 2 to 3 year intervals.
Okay.
To have that kind of, that data available and we know where we need to go next.
Okay. Because my question is sort of are you working with the agency like DGS under my portfolio to shift from reactive repairs to more proactive long-term planning and maintenance, which is where we have to go?
Yeah, and actually one of the things that we do each year as part of the budget process, we have what's called these investment review boards. We do it on fleet, IT, capital, and facilities. And we actually bring together agency experts who are really involved in these fields, and they kind of form a steering committee. And we involve our CFO partners, they work with CARS data, and they make recommendations to us on prioritizations based on not only need, but also project readiness and quality.
Okay, appreciate that. CFO, DC is still heavily tied to federal jobs and federal pay. And we're starting to see real federal workforce reductions. From where you sit, how exposed are we over the next few years? And when do those impacts realistically start showing up in our revenue?
As Dr. Lee has pointed out, we're seeing it now. The withholding tax, which reflects residents' wages, is going now starting to contract, as we would expect. We know from employment data that there's 30,000 job losses already. It takes a while. Initially, when a lot of that has happened just in the last quarter of 2025, people are still trying to maintain standard of living. They're not making the full adjustments to a new and lower income, whether that's leaving.
So when do we expect those impacts to really start showing up in our revenue?
In our forecast, it's this year,
It's
fiscal
this year.
year
Okay.
26. As is our estimate of the economy. We expect this year's economy to actually contract from last year.
Got it. As we look over the next 5 to 10 years,
Mhm.
what do you see as the biggest structural risk to the district's tax base, especially with slower job growth, federal workforce changes, and continued shifts in office use?
To talk about the same topic again, it's ever more reliance on capital gains that are earned by higher income families and corporate earnings for firms that happen to be in the district.
Right.
Those two phenomena are volatile. And I think particularly volatile here. I think there's cycles, quite honestly, every 4 years of people coming in and out that affect some, and firms that affect some of that. And so I worry about us becoming more and more dependent on the growth from those revenue streams, supporting the growth overall of spending.
Understood. In the independent audit, a material weakness was identified in the Housing Production Trust Fund after the fiscal year 24 ending balance had to be corrected. About $62.7 million in project costs were reclassified late, and the balance ended up overstated by roughly $19 million. What actually broke down there from a controls and reconciliation standpoint, and how did that make it all the way through year-end close?
I'm going to have Ms. Williams answer. She's our controller.
So, excuse me. In FY 24, in fiscal year 24, there was adjustments. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on here.
I'm sick too, it's all good. Go ahead.
There was adjustments that were done to move ARPA money from the Housing Production Trust Fund to be able to make use of that money. And there's a deadline. For ARPA money, you had to have the deadline, you had to have the money obligated by December of 2024. When that movement was done, it was done in November based on reprogramming that was approved. It was done in November. End of the fiscal year, we were trying to move money. A step was missed in the transaction so that the $19 million was moved, for the expenditure side was moved. However, the receivable was not. It was a transaction that was missed just due to the timing. We later found that after the ACFR, FY24 ACFR was completed, and we were working on the FY24 Housing Production Trust Fund financial statements, because they get their own standalone financial statements. That was completed. We found that error. We corrected it in the financial statements for the Housing Production Trust Fund. However, that caused a disconnect between the FY24 Housing Production Trust Fund ending balances and the ACFR ending balances. So therefore, we had to make the adjustment and do a restatement in the FY25 financial statements.
Got it.
That breakdown, I think, is two things. One, it was timing. It was the need to maximize federal funding due to the ARPA program getting ready to end. I think it was a one-off. I don't anticipate that ever happening again. One of the other things that we have done now is we have synced through the IG's contract, synced the financial statements for the Housing Production Trust Fund at the same time as the ACFR, so that both of those will be done at the same time, and hopefully will eliminate this process as well.
Can I sneak one more in, Chair? Yes. Thank you. On that point, Housing Production Trust Fund has grown into one of the district's largest and most complex housing investments, as you know, with multiple funding sources and projects moving all at once. From a financial management standpoint and our current systems right now, are our current systems and staffing keeping up with the scale of the fund today, CFO?
From a financial point of view, we believe we're keeping up with the workload. On a program point of view, I can't speak to that. Again, this was a unique one-off transaction where a step in the year-end process was missed. We will go through a very formal process of evaluating the implication of actually what steps were missed and how do we correct them, whether, again, it's a process redesign, another reconciliation that has to be developed or whatnot, but we don't believe it's a staff shortage issue. This was a one-off transaction that we missed a step.
Okay. Last question while he puts that in his pocket. The auditor found that retirees have been paying incorrect health and life premiums, insurance premiums for multiple years, which is especially concerning for people living on fixed incomes. When will this be fully resolved, and how are you making sure people are made whole in a way that's clear and automatic? And do we have a sense of how many retirees were affected and how long the district knew this was happening before it was corrected?
I received recently a briefing on this topic. Our Department of Human Resources has done a pretty thorough review with the OCFO of the number of individuals who've had overpayments and underpayments related to life insurance premiums. The vast majority are underpaying. Therefore, effectively, as a government, we are overpaying our share of that. In anticipation of the upcoming budget as part of formulation, what we're looking at is an adjustment to it that either would correct everyone to the appropriate rate or take individuals who have been paying a certain amount with the expectation that that was the accurate amount, given that almost everyone is underpaying, and having them continue to stay at that payment rate and adjust everyone going forward. So we're kind of looking at those two options. I have confidence that DCHR and the OCFO have pretty thoroughly vetted the scale of the issue and have a couple of options that we'd put into formulation to make adjustments to.
Slipped in a couple extra questions. Thank you, Councilmember. So, Mr. Donahue, I'm a little confused here. We ended last year with revenues over what had been budgeted by $257 million. I think that's right, an underspending of about $112 million. Does that sound right?
I don't have the forms in front of me.
Because that's
But it's
Correct.
so the two together are about 369 million. And then the revenue estimates in September indicate about $110 million additional revenue in FY29, excuse me, FY20, what am I saying? FY26. So that would be, if it's 110 more, that would be, now I've gotten all confused, 369, 479. That's 470, almost $500 million. Are you following me so far, Mr. Donahue?
It depends on what your follow-up question is going to be. Then I'll answer, then I'll know if I followed you or not.
So how much of that money is available to you in the budget formulation?
I don't think any, so I understand that there's about $9 million available to us in budget formulation.
How much?
$9 million.
I thought you said 900 million.
No,
You said one digit, nine?
$9 million is available in formulation. So, so if I were to, yes, 9 million. So when to scale the deltas, the gaps that we discussed this morning, without additional revenue in February, we have $9 million to be able to apply to 27.
Okay, but so there was $257.3 million revenue exceeding budgeted revenue. And there was 112, that's 257.3, 112.4 underspending. I saw somewhere else 206 million underspending, but I think that's a different calculation. 112 million.
Can I just add to my prior answer for a second? So the reason why I gave you such a low number, considering what the larger numbers you stated out loud, is that based on the waterfall of what happens to year-end surplus from a reserve standpoint, the additional money went to reserves. We have about $9 million to put towards formulation once you net out the amount that goes to reserves. And I'll have my budget director correct anything if I got it wrong.
Just to add to what the city administrator said, I think the figures you were going through, Chairman, related to FY25. Now that FY25 is closed, all of the additional monies went through the sort of waterfall of needs, including into some of the reserves. As a result, none of that 25 revenue is available for formulation. The 9.6 million the city administrator is speaking of, that's from the September revenue estimate. So that's like that's the new revenue that we have to work with, barring any changes.
For FY '27, 9 million.
FY '27, barring any changes in the forecast that we'll see in
Well,
February.
what happened to the 110 million additional in FY '26 that was in the September revenue estimate?
So some of that is offset by some of the amounts in OB3. I'll turn to the
Yeah,
CFO.
No, that's not correct. The 110 is a net figure.
So the key part of this process is, in general, way to determine what resources exist for the financial plan after the revenue forecast is complete. And we have final fund balance and financial performance from the prior year. And that is what will give us a really clear picture of what resources are available.
I'm
So
afraid
to the
I'm not
extent,
following you. Can you start over?
yeah. We will understand completely what resources are available for the financial plan after the revenue forecast is complete, now that we understand the year-end
I know,
status.
but that's so not my question. I'm not asking about the February revenue estimates. I'm asking about what happened to the year-end surplus, and I'm asking what happened to the September revenue estimates for FY '26.
Resources that were not used, as Ms. Reed explained, went through the legal defined waterfall of distribution. First and foremost was a commitment of the $51 million to the resources that were ordained through a process
I
you
understand.
had. And the rest is fills either federal reserves or the district reserves. And
But that would be the year-end close.
right,
So that's what would have happened to the 367 million. But what about the 112 that was, 110 that was in the September revenue estimates for FY '26? Why isn't that
Right here.
available?
Right, okay. Well, those resources in effect are available. I guess I'm not, I can't corroborate with our colleagues what they're saying, but the reality is this is the new forecast until we reforecast in September. This,
So they're saying that they have 9 million available, and you're saying they have 9
the forecast,
million in FY '27, and you're saying the 110 million in FY '26 is also available.
the forecast for fiscal year 2026 is roughly $110 million more than the forecast used to balance, to do the 25 supplemental and the 26 through 29 plan. So I'm not sure we need, if you want us to reconcile, but that, our numbers, but that's the bottom line.
Well, that's a delta, a word we like at these hearings, of 100 million.
So Chairman, if I could just follow up on that. So I now understand what you're asking. So yes, according to the September revenue estimate, there is resources available, even with the decoupling aside. How much of that would be available in '27 is going to depend on what happens in '26. So you heard us talk earlier today about how we needed to tap the contingency cash reserve in order to cover the enhanced snow operations. That's something that we're going to have to cover that cost when we submit the budget. So it's possible some of that could waterfall forward. It's possible some of it could be needed in this current fiscal year. But technically, yes, those resources are available for the whole plan, including the current fiscal year. How it all winds up will depend on the formulation.
So now I have some questions with regard to the financial plan. And I think these are to the CFO. I'm really confused here. According to the approved financial plan, line 32, operating margin before reservations is $701 million, almost $702 million. I have no idea if you have it in front of you, but
No, I
this
don't.
is kind of important. Can Dr. Lee pull it up?
Financial plans?
I don't have.
Yeah, we don't.
You can't access the financial plan from,
You're saying,
It's published in the approved 26 budget. Yeah, we can pull that up.
Yeah, I need to do that. I want to give it to them. Yeah. Can we, somebody give it to them?
All right, we're bringing it up now. Table 2-1.
I think you still probably need to give it to them. Says at the bottom.
Sorry.
So the document we gave you on one side, it says approved FY 2026 approved budget and financial plan, and the other side says FY 2026 proposed budget and financial plan. So looking at the approved budget and financial plan, line 32, operating margin before reservation says 701,794,000. That's what, almost 7.2 million, 702 million. And that's for FY 25. Maybe I should have said that FY 25 revised. Line 32, FY 25 revised. Okay, so I'm assuming that that is the result of what the council, what the mayor proposed, which was an operating margin before reservations of 423.1 million, and the council adding money and pushing it forward. And the reservations, I assume, refer to reserving money for future fiscal years. You're following me so far? And it says set aside for year-end close, 423,686,000.
That point in time, that was a commitment to deal with what we expected to be uses of the contingency reserve to refill it by the end of the year, as well as other commitments.
Well, I don't believe that was a number that we changed, and in the proposed, it was 180 million. And it went from 180 million to 423 million. So this was a set aside for the reserves.
Some portion of it, we are happy to provide a detail.
Well, I kind of want to know, this is the hearing on what happened to the budget, so it's kind of relevant today. What else could the set aside be for year-end close other than to fill the reserves?
That's the
Or would it
majority.
be for like bond escrow and all these other unbudgeted expenditures?
It is, a large portion of it is to address our contingency needs, refilling, as well as future anticipated expenditures of contingency.
How did the number go from 180 million to 423.6 million?
I'm sorry.
If you turn the page over, you'll see that the figure in the mayor's proposed financial plan was 180 million.
Here.
The financial plan is a document that the council adopts as well as the budget. So this is a page that reflects what the council adopted. I don't recall that we made any change to that line, and what the mayor had proposed was 180 million. Am I reading the right line here? Line 33 went from 180 million to 423 million. And you're saying that, so I have to.
Here's what I have to say. You
Hmm?
know as well as I that our budget directors, the three of them work together to develop this. And we're happy to lead a detailed presentation on the change in values, the decisions affiliated with those between the proposed and the approved. I understand your point. We're happy to do that. I'm not prepared right here to describe that difference.
Just a moment.
So I'm happy. Could be.
So it's being explained to me that the difference between 180 and 423 is the June revenue estimates that you would not let us
Then likely.
spend,
What's that?
that you would not let us spend.
That is correct.
All right. I don't recall, though, that we actually put it in the financial plan. I think it just sat there unspent, as opposed to being allocated in the financial plan. So how does this correlate with the year-end close?
The year end resulted in using roughly $500 to $550 billion less in fund balance than that was anticipated. You can see that by the fact that general fund balance use was roughly 100 to 150 million for local fund alone, 100 overall. As a result, resources that are per law that describe the year-end waterfall, resources that are not committed to future budgets, run through the waterfall again. The first 50 million, of course, was to the appropriations you deemed, and then through the rest of the reserves to fill up into their limits. And then if there's additional resources, as you know, it goes to Reserve for Housing Production Trust Fund and the PAYGO.
Give me just a sec.
Yeah. He's gonna. Yeah, right. Key. So if I may, I mean, the point, if you want to talk about our decision-making process early in July, I was provided several assessments that indicated that we had up to $250, $280 million in expenses that we were facing, spending pressures of a variety of kinds across the district that was over and above the revised appropriations. Through several
You
actions.
said between 200 and 250 million?
Yes, right,
Actually, I remember the conversation being 180 million.
right. And I did not believe we were going to face all 250, but about 180 were expenses that we were worried about whether we could actually manage by the end of the year.
And just to interrupt you, so there was $243 million of additional revenue identified on June 30th. $180 million was what was projected as overspending that had not been budgeted. 180 million is what you just said you thought was closer to the accurate amount.
Right.
180 from 243 leaves 60 million. 60 million is what I proposed that we put in the budget. You would not let us do that.
That's right.
So we came up with a contingency line of $51 million, which is less than the 60 million, but just so we're clear. But so the $243 million that you didn't want us to spend was 243 million to cover overspending. Hate to use that term, $180 million in overspending, which might be more, but in fact, we ended the year with $112 million in underspending.
Right.
Not overspend, zero overspending, 112. So help me here, 112 and 180 is $292 million delta between what you were insisting that we protect and what actually happened, a delta of almost $300 million. Be that as it may, part of my disagreement here, not to publicly identify that there's a disagreement, is that when the council adopted the budget, we adopted a financial plan. We did not adopt a number of $423.686 million for line 33 set aside for year-end close. That's a number that you put there. And I'm not quite sure how that happens. Now, we can go back and forth, but I'm not quite sure how that happens. I didn't appreciate that we couldn't appropriate the $243 million, but here, what I see on this page is that $243 million was appropriated by the CFO to line 33 of the financial plan that we adopted that did not have a line 33. But let me move on. Line 38, projected gap adjustments. I don't understand what that is. I could ask that more nicely. What is that?
Go ahead, Kim.
Excuse me. So, when we budget, sometimes we budget on a budgetary basis and not on a GAAP basis. However, the financial statements are on a GAAP basis. We have some differences between budget basis and GAAP basis that we take account for. Certain things such as inventories, where we budget based on, we purchase inventories and we budget based on those expenditures that occur. But for financial statement purposes, we only record the expenditure when that inventory or when that product is used. So there may be purchased this year, we may have purchased, 2 tons of salt, but we didn't have to use the 2 tons of salt until the next year. So it would have been recorded, budgeted in the year that we bought it, but for financial statement purposes, it would not have been recorded until the year we used it. So there's a gap, budgetary to GAAP basis there. So that's one of them.
But how does that correlate to the ACFR? I misspoke. How does that correlate to this?
So the ACFR is based on a GAAP basis, a general accounting principles basis, whereas the budget is on a budgetary basis. Most of the budget is done on a GAAP basis, but there are some differences. There is a footnote in the financial statements that will show you the difference between the budgetary and GAAP basis. Give me a minute, I can tell you which one it is. I can find it, which will show the difference.
Is it table N1-2?
It is.
Reconciliation of budgetary basis to GAAP basis?
Yes, it is. And so that's what's actually happened in this year's financials, yes, between the budgetary and the GAAP basis.
So why is it why is it showing up in the financial plan? And what's the effect of that? Because it adjusts what the bottom line is, doesn't it?
It does. I would be happy to go through step by step what these lines mean. Obviously, our budget director is not here who can explain in detail. And I'm happy to walk through this balancing process.
So how does so it's not clear to me what projected GAAP adjustments are, other than that there's some expenditures that are treated on a budgetary basis differently than on a GAAP basis, which has to do when you account for it. And I'm assuming that in the approved budget and financial plan, that's a reduction from the assets. I could say a
Yes.
reduction from the revenues. So
I believe so, yes.
while you're looking at that, if you turn the page over for the proposed budget and financial plan, the figure is $76 million. So how does it go from 76 million to $537 million?
I've told you before, we will happily develop a crosswalk for you from
You
one to
can't-
the other.
I mean, this is a hearing on the year-end close, among other things, the financial plan. I'm asking you about FY 2025. How does the figure go from, in the mayor's proposed budget, $76 million to $537 million? I don't understand how these numbers change after the council adopts this. It has an effect on the bottom line. You said yes. I think the council's entitled to an answer.
Yes, and I'll give you a very detailed answer. We deserve to walk through every number, every adjustment.
Well, the purpose
what
of
was
a
part of the
hearing is
balance.
to get the answer at the hearing, not to, well, you'll get us an answer later. I don't want to be too unfair here, but I mean, I'm not asking you about something that's not relevant to this hearing. I'm trying to understand this. So line 33, do I have that right? Is operating margin before reservations, and then lines 33 through 40 are different calculations. Line 40 is actually ending general fund balance. And these numbers just changed, and you can't explain it.
My staff who develops this, with the cooperation of your staff, can explain in detail. We're happy to provide a step-by-step change from the revised proposed to this. The
So let
bottom
me-
line is that overall, there was roughly $500+ million of fund balance that was anticipated to be used last year that wasn't. Those resources then are available or have to go through the waterfall, hence you have the outcome that we have.
So you're leaving me no choice, but that you will submit an explanation later
Yes,
with regard to the FY 25. What happened with the FY 25 accounting? Let me turn to Exhibit A5 and the ACFR.
Mhm.
I'm not clear why this has been changed substantially from prior years. So do you have that in front of you?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. It starts with revenues, taxes, licenses
Right.
and permits, fines, charges for services, miscellaneous other sources. In the past, also listed under revenues are bond proceeds, fund balance released from restrictions, interfund transfer from Office of Lottery and Gaming, and interfund transfer others. I'm looking at the same
What-
table, but from FY 23. Why were those removed? And
This
then-
is a traditional look at this income statement where we're comparing current year revenues with current year expenses. And the bottom line describes what fund balance is either needed to support the expenses or what fund balance is, was generated.
Yes, I'm not
surplus, if
asking you
will.
what the page is. I'm not asking you what the exhibit is. Your answer was this is a traditional look.
Yes.
Okay, and my question is actually, why is it not a traditional look? The
Traditional look in
line-
our
If I
industry.
may finish, The lines under revenues have been changed and the lines under expenditures have been changed.
Mhm.
Why?
This is a traditional way of displaying this information across our industry. And I think it better illustrates our contribution to or use of our fund balance that's available to spend, and more effective way to describe that. I'm sorry.
It mirrors to be.
Yeah. Is that new? Yeah, it's consistent with other.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that changing the way it's presented is such a good thing because it makes it hard to compare one year to the next. This table Exhibit A5 has been the same year after year after year until this year. And your answer is, well, you changed it because this is traditional with how other.
And it clearly illustrates the actual fund balance that's being utilized. This is
But it-
clearer. This
Well,
describes precisely what fund balance is being utilized.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't have the same level of detail.
It does
It doesn't.
actually. Yeah, it does actually. There's no
It-
line.
It does actually not. So for instance, looking at a previous year's Exhibit A5, there was debt service insurance costs, commercial paper program, I don't see that line, settlements and judgments fund, I don't see that line, Wilson Building, I don't see that line, DC retiree health contribution, I don't see that line. So
What?
you can't say
I-
that this provides more
I
detail.
don't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember those lines. I don't know what you're
Do you
speaking of.
want me to give you a copy of a
We will
previous
look it
year's
up. We
A5?
will look it up. What,
The point is that it's less detail, and your answer is it's more detail. So let me ask you this, since it doesn't have a lot of detail, under other financing sources, paren uses, there is a line that says transfer in and another line that says transfer out. What's that? Is one,
please, Kim.
The transfer ins are the money that is coming in from other funds. So that's going to be your lottery proceeds transfers into the general fund. And it will also be any transfers in from other funds that come through. And then transfers out will be the transfers out that are going out of the general fund to other funds.
okay, so let's see. In previous years, under revenues, it listed, for example, lottery, but I don't see lottery on here because apparently that's included in the transfers in.
That is correct. This exhibit A5, excuse me, is now also is consistent with the other exhibits in the ACFR. Specifically, if you look at exhibit 2B, it starts with revenues, expenditures, and then other financing sources and uses.
I didn't look at 2B for this. I didn't recently look at 2B, but I'm finding a lot less detail and a lot less understanding from looking at this. So then what is excess of revenues and other sources over expenditures and other uses? No, I know what that is.
That's your net.
That's your budget deficit.
Yeah, deficit or surplus for that current year.
It's your budgetary deficit or surplus.
Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. So just a first comment or two on the back and forth about under and overspending. I hear you. I mean, you formulate the budget now that will apply 9 months from now for the year going forward. Of course, it's going to be, it's not going to stick the landing on that. So there's going to be variations. The challenge that I think we confront is, and those variations could be because of unexpected things that had to be dealt with or poor management. Like, we don't know. So what I think we've been looking for is maximum transparency so that we can see how did the budget as actually spent compare to the budget as originally budgeted, and where there are differences, what are the explanations? And I think it's all out there, but it isn't put together, or this is the back and forth that we've been having in the hearings about over and underspending. So it's the key mechanism for oversight by us. It doesn't mean that there's been irresponsibility. There could be great explanations, but we need to know what those explanations are. A different, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I appreciate that. I actually get a report more than monthly that shows, that tracks what the original appropriation is and several different types of adjustments to appropriations and final spending. So it is, to your point, yes, it's all available. If, I think the question we should all explore is what's useful for your decision-making and oversight? Which is what we talked about 2 or 3 months ago in this hearing. What is useful? What could we do? Because the data, you're correct. The data exists.
Okay, so then the second thing is, and comment is, feelings continue to be raw about July. And in July and June, you did the revenue estimate and you added 243 million for FY25, but nothing in the other years. And many of us felt like, oh, this is showing a positive trend. We should be able to use some of those dollars. And you felt uncomfortable about that for a variety of reasons. But then when it lands, as the chairman points out, it's off by a lot. And so there was headroom. You may think better that we didn't spend it, but there was headroom. And then in September, the revenue estimate comes out and it's a big bump in every year. And many of us said, aren't we, like, we're watching these revenues. Each monthly report, they're showing that they're up. What's going on here? And so it feels like you didn't stick the landing on your predictions in last summer.
On the expenses. Absolutely. Absolutely. As I described, I had a list of about $250 million of risks that were above the appropriation level as supplement, through the supplemental. And I would make that decision again, not to have those resources available, the 243 in the forecast, because it's far worse for us to overspend than it is to have resources at the end. And that's not influencing the decision. It's rather, I had no confidence that we could eliminate all of those responsibilities. But not only did we do that, there was a couple last minute, very significant savings that led to ultimately more resources.
But it didn't play through the way in which you had expected. And so we now, there's a level of frustration around that still. I want to turn to the specific things that I actually came to the hearing to ask about. And so on Exhibit E1, page 204 of the ACFR, it reports on capital budget for DHS, and it's the case management capital project. And the original budget is 0. The approved budget, which isn't on this page, is 37 million. So it's a puzzle. Why is the original budget 0 when the approved budget was 37 million? And then there's a 94 million that appears that isn't spent. And so we're looking for hidden treasure and trying to understand what is that 94 million, which apparently there has been a pattern of it's not there and then it turns up in the ACFR. So what's happening there?
What program, I'm sorry? In E1, Exhibit E1, what program?
Let me go to it. I think
DHS,
Yeah, DHS.
do you have a sense of the 94?
Yeah, so my understanding, this is related to DCAS. Originally, DCAS came through DHS before transferred to DHCF. I believe these are federal monies
Yeah.
that come in. I don't know, and I don't know the timing of the rollover, so maybe why it wouldn't have shown in the original budget, but is in the revised. But that's what the 94 million is.
And it comes from like there's some SNAP dollars, there's some TANF dollars that are going into that, but it wasn't used. So it's sitting there still. It's federal capital dollars that is sitting there still. Is DCAS being funded through OCTO? And so that purpose for which it was intended is covered elsewhere?
No, so DCAS, and we can follow up. I apologize, I don't have the current spend plan for these funds, but DCAS is constantly getting changes and updates. And then there's a portion of the federal funds that we can collect that can be used to maintain those case management systems. So we'll have to get back to you with a spend plan and, how do they plan to wind that down? Or if not, could it be used for other things, which is what I think you're asking.
Well, it is what I'm asking, because to the extent there are federal dollars, as Councilmember Henderson said, that aren't being used, let's be sure we use them. And if it were just in this year, it would be one thing, but this seems to be a thing that has been going on for a while. So let's try to get to the bottom of that and understand it. On D2, it shows a original budget in FY25 from federal sources of 203 million. This is again DHS. Then the revised budget goes to 264 million. And then DHS spent only 208 million. So it looks to me like what this is federal dollars, looks like $54 million federal dollars that weren't used. And I'm trying to understand where are those dollars and are they available?
So these are TANF and SNAP dollars that get loaded. Sometimes we do not receive the TANF grant until around January, I think it is, sometime January, February. So it's not always in the original budget. And then depending on how much eligible costs we have to charge against the federal grant for allowable participants determines how much we can spend down. So this 54 million that you see here is federal money available for like TANF and SNAP, but all of it wasn't able to be drawn down in a single year because the expenses weren't eligible based on the federal parameters. It's also expected that those monies and the agency plans on a certain amount of carryover every year to support expenditures.
So it is another one of these areas that I'm going to want to keep looking at with you. I think that 14 million of it, or closer to 15 million of it, is eligible for the child care subsidy.
That is something we are looking at in terms of the TANF block grant and its allowable uses. We're happy to work with you on that.
So there's a lot of talk about the child care subsidy and how do we make that work. That maybe this can help us. I think another chunk of it is for homeless families, $5 million. And so that's another area where DHS faces all kinds of cost pressures. But to the extent that there are federal dollars that are not being used that might be able to be used, let's work together to make sure that they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, as you know, there's maintenance of effort requirements, match requirements. There's all sorts of limitations, and it's very complicated. But we're happy to sit down with you. We have a great partnership with the CFO team that really looks at this, and we can dig into it.
All right, it's chipping away at that $1 billion delta,
Yeah.
but we want to chip away at it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember, did you have another question or two and you were just being well behaved?
I don't have, I had a comment that I kept back, but I'll just offer it. Before I was asking about savings from debt service, but I was wrong because we're going to spend the debt service. The question is, what is our borrowing capacity and how we can use any increase in our borrowing capacity to fill some of those unmet needs that were talked about. So we won't see savings on the debt service amount, but we could see expansion of available dollars for capital projects.
You could see available increased debt capacity from the refinancing if they're able to borrow at lower rates,
That's
right?
Right. So
That's how it helps us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the capacity increases, which means there's a project that couldn't be done before that maybe can get done now.
Yeah, we just have to find the debt service payments, but yes.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up where Matt left off, as you guys are aware, bond ratings directly affect the cost of borrowing and long-term capital planning. Could you speak to how projected budget shortfalls or federal uncertainties affect the district's bond ratings, outlooks, or conversations with rating agencies?
So the rating agencies look at the financial plan that you adopted, including whatever resources like fund balances you're using to balance. They have, they look favorably at a multi-year planning process. So that's one issue. I think that's a positive that we identify use of fund balance and then either use it or don't through that financial plan period. The matter about federal influence, well, there's multiple levels of that. First and foremost, as an economic driver for our economy that supports our revenues. Certainly, they understand with the contraction of the workforce, that's a negative on the district and put stress on our operation. And so you have less revenue to spend. We handle that in the financial plan, but there is risk of additional reductions, certainly. The other area is the governance issue and the notion of the fact that Congress can has the authority to change a variety or virtually any law that we pass, including financial laws.
Now, could you speak to what are you hearing from investors about the district's fiscal trajectory from an investment standpoint?
We had a successful bond sale today, and that's all we need to hear, is that folks are willing to purchase our debt within the estimated ranges that we have budgeted for.
Now, reserves are only effective if they are sufficient for real-world disruptions. Mr. CFO, in your professional opinion, are the current reserve levels adequate to keep the government operating during a major economic or federal shock?
I think in the shortest run, whatever kind of shock occurs, you have extra out-of-pocket expenses you have to deal with. If it's a lengthy problem, if it's a natural disaster, you'll have federal resources that are likely to help you recover. If it's an economic issue, then we have the capacity to reduce the budget to match the resources that we have as a result of the event. All of those are viable. A mix of those are viable.
Now, I've seen in that other jurisdictions have adjusted reserve thresholds after a recent crisis. My question is, from your opinion, should the council consider legislation to revisit reserve requirements? And if so, in what direction?
I think it's really important to decide what you're trying to reserve resources for, what kind of shock. Certainly, we know communities that are subject to hurricanes and hurricane damage are looking to expand their capacity to handle the emergency event as it happens hence increasing reserves. Certainly in the West, it's the same with wildfires that are substantially worse than 10, 15 years ago. If you want to think about expanding the reserves, which is always a good discussion, we have to decide what are the things we're insuring against. Ultimately, a large portion of your reserves, in our case, serves as our checking account. That's the cash flow resources we need for cash flow purposes. But the federal government requires us to have reserves to handle unanticipated expense, true emergencies or unanticipated expenses like extra protection events that cause the MPD a lot of overtime, for example. The federal government also requires that we pay those reserves back over a time period. So if we're in, we have to decide what kind of event, what kind of concern we want to evaluate in order to consider changing a reserve level.
And just a follow-up, now using reserves can resolve short-term problems, but also can create long-term risk. From your perspective, at what point does reserve use become a warning sign rather than a fiscal tool?
It depends on the reserve, and if we're depending upon a large amount of resources that are available in our fund balance to pay for ongoing services the next year, and only plan 1 year out, and knowing that you can't afford those ongoing services the next year because that fund balance has been spent, that's a severe issue. We do not have that here. We have 4-year financial plans, and we are using surpluses that have been accrued over years to pay for services, but we're using it at lesser amounts each year of the financial plan beginning this year. So we have a plan. It's very difficult, clearly, because ultimately you're suppressing the growth of services that have been typically growing at a particular rate. That can't occur, but ultimately we have a 4-year plan to achieve that.
Mr. City Administrator, maybe you can answer this next question. The Anti-Deficiency Act requires that agencies submit monthly spending plans. Could you speak to what consequences exist when agency directors fail to comply with those requirements, if any?
We do review spend plans on a monthly and quarterly basis. When agency directors, I wouldn't say anti-deficient, but exceed their budgeted levels, we typically try to understand why and make adjustments to it. Sometimes that necessitates sending a reprogramming to the council to more formally change their budget. In a case where a director, the accountability question is one in which if a director is consistently and systemically not managing to their budget, we'd have a conversation about how they can adjust. But for the most part, we need the director to understand what is driving the spending above budget, and we make corrections to it.
Now, Mr. City Administrator, I'm pretty sure you're aware that overspending at the agency level creates system-wide fiscal stresses. Now, could you speak to, out of all district agencies, what percentage consistently overspends or requires corrective action, if any?
What we look for is to make sure, I'm going to answer your question, but it's very important to not just look at one end of the variance. In other words, we have to end the year with some within budget, so we have to have some net underspending at the end. We look at overspending, and there are typically in DC, our overspending relates to entitlement programs in which demand for service exceeds what we budgeted for it. And I'll sort of say, with all due respect, council member, something that's just an important point to highlight, that if we budgeted every account for the principle of avoiding an instance in which we spend above budget, we would end the year with significant underspending and surpluses. And this discussion, this hearing would be, how come we didn't put more money to schools or healthcare because we tied money up in programs that underspend? So the net result has to be one where we underspend, but I fear that a consequence of this hearing is that everyone is going to mandate funding levels that will needlessly tie money up in order to avoid the prospect of a programmatic overspending.
And just a follow-up, when your office identifies that an agency may be on track to overspend, could you speak to what preventative tools are used to stop that before it escalates, if any?
In cases where we have, it depends on the nature of the variance. In cases we'll slow down spending. We have cases where we put agencies on hiring freezes until they catch up from a PS standpoint. We will amend and adjust the contract levels and not approve contracts to go forward. That's sort of some of the tactical levers we have. Where we have spending above budget that's driven by entitlement demand, we will and we have submitted legislative language to the council, and the council sometimes approves it, to make adjustments to the laws that govern demand for the program. So we made an adjustment to the family support, the family homelessness program that allowed for there to be a significant improvement in pulling spending down, and we needed to be able to work with the council to do that. So in those cases, we will go to the council with the BSA or standalone legislation to try to make adjustments if we think they're the root causes are contained in the law.
Now, Mr. Chairman, more time? Okay. Now, Mr. CFO, I know there's been some questions about decoupling. In layman's terms, could you speak to the pros and cons of how the repealing of the decoupling bill would impact the district?
First and most importantly, is it would significantly disrupt the tax filing process that's underway. So thousands of people are filing their annual tax returns, businesses as well. We have geared that process to reflect the OB3A decoupling legislation that the council ordained. If that's no longer law because of the joint resolution in Congress, then the tax filing that's occurring and people determining what income is subject to tax, what's their credits, deductions, is no longer relevant. So in other words, we've given instructions based on the ordinance that was ordained or the law that was ordained by council. But if that's reversed, then people will have paid or filed based on inaccurate or a wrong law that no longer exists. So we have to stop the filing process. As I said, over 360,000 personal income tax filers, 65,000 businesses will have to stop their filing process, re-engineer instructions, forms, systems, relationships with tax preparer companies, and then open up filing again. In the meantime, as the chairman was pointing out, we have to determine what to do with people who've already filed, but they filed under what is now not correct code. And this is a monumental effort that certainly will consume my organization for the next 2 years.
Are there, just a follow-up, are there any fiscal upsides to the district, or is it largely a net negative?
Well, there'll be less resources, but ultimately that is offset by other revenues that we've increased the forecast, so it doesn't have an impact on your 4-year financial plan, but in the end, there's less resources.
Mr. City Administrator, we heard this morning at the mayor's breakfast that in the out years, we're going to experience significant budget shortfalls. Could you share if you or your team have been looking at possible new ways to diversify revenue opportunities to help stabilize future budgets?
We deal and actually start with sort of an addendum to the prior question. So just even in this hearing, sort of I got notification that the Senate has scheduled, I understand, a vote tomorrow for finalizing the disapproval. So the question you have is perhaps not just a theoretical one, but one we may be grappling with starting tomorrow. To your primary question, though, whenever you heard the mayor speak last year around the budget, she always started with the growth agenda. She talked about ways in which we're trying to diversify what we do in the budget. So in the budget, we included provisions that increase money which the mayor submitted, increase money for the recruitment of new businesses, the retention of ones that are already here. And the types of funds include both ones that were directed to the newer economic growth areas like AI, as well as some of our foundational businesses like retail. It included really trying to shift heavily into having a serious, robust business attraction and retention strategy. And that will continue this year. The mayor has charged us with having a policy budget. In other words, rethinking the policies that we can make adjustments to that can attract businesses. Sometimes those don't involve significant new funding in a budget in which we won't have a lot of new funding. So what can we do with the economic climate to be able to make us more competitive for businesses? And the final thing I'll point out is the mayor will often talk about the employed resident. So we want to make sure there are opportunities for folks who've been displaced to be able to use their talents and their skills to new businesses. And we work very hard with sort of that retooling and repurposing of some of the talent we have. We also look very closely at when we lose residents, why we lose them, and when we keep them, why we keep them. And if the employed resident staying in DC is our ultimate economic driver of growth, why they stay is access to houses they can afford, schools they like, and feeling safe in community. So as we formulate the budget, we're going to have a policy budget, but also do everything we can to sustain the foundations of keeping people here who've chosen to make DC their home. And for all the discussion that will happen over programmatic cuts that are going to be difficult and painful, that we will have good faith disagreements about, let's inject some of that same passion in how we be able to grow the economy and grow our revenues.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. Mr. Lee, I remember in the past a conversation or more than one conversation with you about cash and cash flow. And at the time, I was told that the district has numerous bank accounts, and so it's sort of hard to keep track of how much cash we have. How many bank accounts do we have now?
I want to clarify the statement. Yes, we do have hundreds. What
Did
we
you
can
say
track,
hundreds?
yes, over 300 at this point. It is a legacy of practices developed in the aughts and the teens to segregate, keeping track of how specific resources are spent on specific programs. That aside, your core question, I want to make a point that we track all of those precisely. The issue is managing them all as a pool that inhibits some of our cash flow flexibility is the problem. So I just want to make sure the record's clear that we can track them precisely. They roll up precisely in the ACFR. It's just hard to logistically manage them as a unit to handle our cash flow. So I just wanted to clarify.
So my recollection was that the conversation was that we can account for the different accounts. How do I want to say this technologically? And we don't need to have separate bank accounts as a way of accounting for the separate accounts. So I thought there was going to be an effort to consolidate the number of bank accounts. Have we done that?
That effort is underway.
What?
That effort is underway. We've picked some larger funds to consolidate. And Ms. Williams here is responsible for that. So can you?
So we are in the process of reviewing those. Some of the things that we have to take in consideration as we review those bank accounts and determine if we still need them is we need to look at legislation and see what the intent of legislation. Some legislation specifically requires us to have specific bank account. Others it's maybe implied that we have a separate fund, but maybe not say a bank account. So we're looking at that and making sure that we follow legislation requirements. Once we've done that, then it's really undoing many things that have occurred when we had the old legacy system. The old legacy system could not handle the robust transactions that we have. And so that's one of the other reasons why we had all these bank accounts. Now that we have the integrated financial system, we have the ability to account for those transactions. So it's kind of unwinding what has been done in the past. And it not only affects the current financial system, but it could affect other financial systems, such as the tax system. So tax revenues coming into a bank account, we have to segregate this, whatever the types of tax that's coming in to go to a specific debt service or to a specific TIF. And so because of the old legacy system, there was bank accounts that were set up to move that fund to then be able to account for it and then get it into the correct general ledger account. So we have to unwind all of that business processes and the impact that it has on those other financial systems. So we're in the process of doing that.
It's a complex effort, but in the end, we both come from an environment where there was effectively one bank account, but multiple funds. And so you were relying on your accounting transactions to segregate how particular resources are used. You weren't also using different bank accounts as well. So we're excited about this, but we're being appropriately careful.
Do you have a timeline for this?
It's taking longer than we had anticipated because of trying to understand the flow of the cash that's coming into each bank account. How's the money coming in? Where is it going out afterwards? Is it going to another bank account or is it staying there or being invested? So it's taking us a little bit longer than anticipated, but our goal was hopefully to have it done by the end of this fiscal year. Personally, I don't think we're going to be able to have all of those done by the end of the fiscal year, but we will continue to evaluate and move those accordingly.
And Mr. Lee, why was the decoupling not stated in the December revenue estimate?
We didn't change the overall forecast. So it was inherently part of the forecast. I'm sorry, maybe I don't understand your question. We didn't change the forecast from September, and the September had the decoupling impact. Correct?
Just the opposite.
You're saying the decoupling, yeah.
I made the mistake.
Yeah.
You're right. You are right.
I mean, but you're right that we didn't incorporate it because we didn't change. There was no change in the revenue estimate. So when we did the February estimate, we plan to incorporate the decoupling in that estimate. But there's the FIS that's out there that is a statement that this is law that has been enacted and has a material impact on the forecast.
I'll leave it there. I have no other questions and my colleagues have abandoned me. That's going to conclude this hearing. As I said at the beginning, the record, anybody who wishes to submit anything for the record, and I think you're getting back to us with some information. The record is open for 2 weeks, closes at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 24th. Somewhere around here, I have a clock. The time is 6:51 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.